Kia ora. Welcome to the Women's AC World Championships being held in United Club, Hagley Park in Christchurch. This is the quarterfinal stage, and we are going to be streaming the match between Miranda Chapman from New Zealand and Debbie Lyons from England. The players have had their warm-up, and they have already, Debbie has already played her first shot. She's on black and blue, and Miranda is red and yellow. The other matches being played today are Jenny Clark is playing from New Zealand, is playing Lorna Dua from Scotland. Miranda and Debbie I've already mentioned. Alison Sharp from Australia is playing Alison Robinson from New Zealand, and Heather Knight from Australia is playing Gabrielle Higgins from England. We're going to concentrate on the Debbie-Miranda match until that is finished, and then we may move on to another match. Okay, so Miranda has gone for a corner 2 opening, and Debbie has now shot at her blue ball and missed, and now it is Miranda to play. Okay, the two commentators this morning are myself, Nelson Morrow, and Peter Philby. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning, Nelson. You brought another microphone with you. He speaks with forked tongue. Yes, this opening appears to be a pretty standard one these days. Nelson going into corner 2 with the second player. Yep,
especially at the top level, I think it's become quite a popular opening. People have a different fourth ball play. I mean, Miranda's going for her own ball, which she has hit. As we saw yesterday, she is her shooting is
pretty amazing.
Pretty amazing, you know. Yeah.
She's accurate.
Very,
what we can say. So, I just wonder myself, what are the consequences of her having missed that? Does she not effectively hand a break?
It certainly makes it a lot easier for her opponent. I mean, the other alternative is, of course, is to take the aggressive shot and shoot at black and blue.
But even that has its down. I mean, it gives the black and blue the opportunity to shoot into corner 4 and get a cannon out of that.
True. I mean, you can also take just the A-balk shot, you know, and take the short shot, which a lot of players actually do. Anyway, the conditions today are, it's quite cool day in Christchurch. It's about 16 or 17 degrees at the moment, and we have had a little bit of rain this morning, not too much to affect the lawns. But I think it's going to be a coolish day, and I don't think we're going to get temperatures much above 17 or 18.
Well, my weather app tells me it's going to get up to 19, and Chris assures us that this is going to blow over within an hour and a half or so.
At the moment, I'm sitting in 3 layers of clothes and long trousers, so anyone who knows me, that's rare.
Bear in mind that yesterday, which I thought was reasonably warm, Nelson also had a snow jacket on.
Peter's here sitting in shorts. He's a very brave man.
So anyway, Miranda has got over to the blue and black and is setting up a rush to hoop 1.
Yeah, she's going to have to play a bit of a cut rush. She hasn't quite got a dead straight rush. Red ball pulled up a little bit when she was playing her croquet stroke. But Miranda does play these shots pretty well. Yep.
And she's got the angle gloriously.
Beautiful angle, and also great on the distance. I mean, really beautiful shot.
It is, yes.
It's going to be an interesting match between these two players. You've got Miranda is the reigning world champion. She won the title in Nottingham in 2015.
She's just gone past hoop 1, really, so she won't have a go at making that, I wouldn't think.
No, she's way too angled.
Yeah. So back into corner 2 and the yellow ball.
Miranda is originally Australian, played for 10 years in England and represented England, and now she's living in New Zealand and she's now representing New Zealand. So
she's a multinational.
Absolutely. Debbie, on the other hand, is one of the few female players who have played in the McRobertson Shield. She represented the UK in 1996. And I think in the last probably 40 years, the only two females who've played in the MAC have been Jenny Clark and Debbie Lyons.
Debbie's now attacking the red and yellow in corner 2 with her blue ball. They certainly present a target.
She's watching it. And she hits the red. Beautiful shot. Again, you've got two players here who are really excellent shots. So I think it's going to be a very good game and a very positive game.
Now, Nelson, I got some feedback last night from non-croquet players that are watching this.
Oh, yes.
And some of them wanted to know what a rush was.
A rush was hitting one ball onto another to send it to a
specific spot.
As we saw earlier, Miranda was rushing the red ball to in front of hoop 1.
It's effectively another term for a roki, but invariably the balls tend to be closer together and you've got more control over where the balls may go.
A rush tends to be when the balls are closer together and you're trying to actually hit them to a specific spot, whereas the shot that Debbie just took then, that was basically just a roki. She just wanted to hit the ball because obviously she was going to hit it out if she hit it. So, but now she's actually going to play a rush because she's actually rushing the yellow ball to hoop 1. She wants to get it nicely in front of hoop 1. I mean, she's come down about level with the hoop, probably about 4 yards out.
But give or take, and slightly wide.
So she'll probably play a split roll here, putting yellow as the escape ball when she's made the hoop, and putting blue in front of the hoop.
I don't know that it'll be a roll, Nelson. I think she'll just come down on that back ball. Yeah.
Pretty much a roll, wasn't it?
Sorry?
Pretty much a roll.
Well, no, I call that a split.
Yeah, okay, it's a split, yeah. But both balls are rolling in about the same distance.
Well, no, I think that yellow's gone quite a bit further.
Yeah. And she makes that hoop beautifully. She threw hoop 1. And now again, we're talking about she was going to rush the yellow ball towards the north boundary.
The top players are putting their forward ball quite a way forward these days, because you do need to push the ball through these hoops.
They're about pushing them through.
Well, you know, but you can't try and get them a foot or so in front of the hoop after you've made it. You've really got to make sure you make them.
Going for less control, I agree.
Yeah. So in order to keep the balls going forward, having your pioneer ball well up from the hoop is an advantage.
Don't know how much she got the red ball out. It's probably about a yard and a half out of the. Well, no, I mean 2.5 yards out of the corner spot.
But I think it's still close to the line, isn't it?
It looks a very nice shot.
Looks like it's going out to me.
No, it looks a nice shot to me.
Holy hell, that's perfect. Got a cameraman in front of me, so it's difficult to.
Yeah, no, it was looking. It looked a good pace, and she's got the rush on the red, so very well judged.
I can't understand, Nelson, how yesterday you got your pace comments so wrong,
and today's so right. Yeah, she rushes it.
Cut that up to the hoop really well.
Really well. The rain is starting to come down, so Debbie's going to put her rain jacket on.
And one of the problems with Croquet is that we can't move indoors.
No.
So we have to endure the weather.
Yes, I think this is supposed to clear within the next couple of hours. It's not supposed to.
That's what our manager told us.
Yes. We've also got the bowl is going on today on 2 of the lawns, which are the losers from the first round of the round of 16. So Debbie's coming back on the lawn. She's got her rain jacket on.
Association croquet players are fairly hardy animals, and they are often forced to play in the most atrocious conditions, purely in order to get the tournament completed. The rain will also have the effect of slowing the lawns down a bit.
Yep. I mean, we're playing on lawn 2, which is one of the quicker lawns. Lawns 1 and 2 are the two quickest lawns here. But obviously with no sun on it and in this little bit of rain, I think you've probably reduced the speed of the lawn.
So we're through hoop 2, and we have a rush infield towards the yellow ball, which she's
rushed it towards
really
black.
hard, right down to black.
Yep, nice shot. Yeah, this way she can get her red ball to hoop 4 and get her rush on black back to yellow.
Now, just entertainingly, I would have played that differently, Nelson. I would have just hit it up towards yellow and then shotted it down to 4 back.
But this way she's getting the balls out much earlier, isn't she?
Well, the thing is, she would have got a rush on yellow to 3, and then black's a very, very valuable ball after she's made hoop 3.
I think if she had the rush where she had it, I think it was a good call.
Well, I mean, it's not a bad call at all. I'm not suggesting that. I just think
a little bit hard on the to get her rush on black, but she can cut at midfield. Oh, that wind!
Yes.
And as that little cry indicated, she missed the cut rush, which,
It was the original silent cut.
yeah, I feel her frustration. It's, you know that you didn't really need to cut it that severely. It was, she just hit it sort of half ball. It was going to bring it infield, take off to yellow. So we're all guilty sometimes of trying to achieve too much with our shots, aren't we?
Well, that's for real.
So Miranda has a fairly
At a
easy shot.
5-yarder.
Yep, 5-yarder from red at black.
Be interesting to see what she does with the two balls.
Yeah. So she hits the black. She'll now play a croquet stroke. And I imagine she'll be going to yellow first. Now, is she just going to a takeoff, or is she going to take black to 2?
That's what I'm wondering.
No,
she's taking off.
Yep. Nope.
Oh, hold on, no, she's going to
reconsider that. She's going to be. Yep. So she's sending black to 2 and hopefully getting her rush on yellow, but she hasn't. She's fallen a little bit short. She wanted a rush
metre and a half short.
She wanted a rush to blue.
I was going to say
so she's rushed it out to the west boundary so she can come down the line to the ball that's also on the line blue.
Also cut that ball quite severely. Really. Now, there may be a short break in our broadcast, as we've been asked not to make too many comments when the players are in the same area that we are. Is that fair comment, Nelson?
It is, yeah. I mean, unfortunately, where we're sitting is quite close to the corner 1, and so that's why yesterday sometimes our voices were dropped to not to interrupt the players.
But Miranda is now approaching hoop 1 from the A balk boundary.
Very nice roll.
Yep. A slightly angly hoop.
She's made it, but I think she's got a hampered shot on the blue.
So very hampered.
I wonder if the yellow's open.
Difficult situation this, because all the balls are relatively close, and she may have difficulty hitting the red ball hard.
I think the yellow's open myself.
Oh, right. You reckon? I still think the hoop will be an issue.
She only missed that by a fraction.
Yeah, not much at all.
It seemed to be hoop didn't seem to be affecting her.
I don't know about you, but I find if I'm playing a shot round a hoop, the hoop seems to play a major part.
Of course it does. You know, you are conscious of it. You know.
Yeah.
So we have now
Debbie's got a range of shorter shots.
Yes, not an easy distance shot at any of them.
They're all 9 yards.
Yep. And the
But
black on blue would be even more, wouldn't it? Really?
Yeah, but the rewards for hitting are enormous.
Enormous. So Debbie is taking on the shot on red, which is on the boundary. No, she wasn't happy with that. So she's going to. It's a very good idea. If you're not happy the way you're standing or way you're swinging, go back and reset and stalk the ball again, and start your whole process again. If you're not feeling comfortable, begin again. And she hits it beautifully.
Right in the middle.
Yep. It's interesting to watch the two different techniques that Debbie and Miranda have. Debbie casts until she's feeling comfortable with her swing and then grounds them out. Whereas Miranda basically just takes just the one boundary shot. Yep.
Stalks the ball and plays the shot.
Yep. So Debbie certainly has got the opportunity of making a good break here. All the balls are available to her.
And she'll rush yellow down past blue and then stop shot it up to hoop 2, I'd like to think. Yeah.
Yep, she's sort of double loading 2 in a way.
Well, reds.
Yes, I know, but they're both in the.
It's an ugly pioneer. That's what it was going to be.
I'm not sure about a nicer way of putting it, but.
So we've got red and yellow very close to each other in the middle of the lawn, tending towards hoop 2.
But it just means that
a very nice rush on blue to hoop 1.
Which was the important ball.
Yes.
And it was important that she got a good rush on blue. Which she's done. It went a little bit to the side, but I'm sure Debbie will cope with this fine. So these matches are the same as yesterday. The time limits are 4 hours for the first, and 3 for the second, and 3 for the third.
With the time accumulating if it's not all used.
Exactly. I think there was one match yesterday which didn't finish till nearly 8 o'clock. It took all the 10 hours.
So Debbie's through hoop 1 and has a short shot to connect with the blue ball.
And she'll put this to 3 and go to the two balls that are in the vicinity of hoop 2.
It's quite interesting when she's casting. It looks as though she's going to hit the living daylights out of the ball. But she seems to be able to control that so it doesn't happen.
Yes, she slows in her last swing, really. Yep. Nice pioneer at 3. And that's fine on, with 2 balls there.
Yeah.
She didn't have to be as, that accurate, as it were.
No, she just had to get down
just
to
get
the
there
two
and
balls.
close to them, because she's now can just.
She got in my term, she got a remarkable length on that black ball, given the way she played the shot.
Yep. So she hits the yellow. She'll probably just send that a little bit further.
She may
She's going to take off. Yeah. Okay. That's. I mean, some people prefer to do it that way. I prefer to actually play a croquet stroke.
I like to hit into the ball a bit more. I feel there's more control.
Control, exactly. But there's nothing wrong with it.
She is hitting into it a bit.
Not very much, I think. I don't think the yellow's going to move very far. No. So she'll rush that nicely in front of the hoop 2. And after this, she should have really
expecting an all-round break.
All-round break, yep. But with these hoops, we know that sometimes they come up and grab you by the throat.
Yeah. Any slight error with your approach.
I mean, obviously that little bit of dew on them, the lawns, they're holding a little more, which makes obviously your control easier.
She's right in front of hoop 2.
Yep, she's made hoop 2. She'll now probably just tap the red ball, and then she can send that to 4, going to yellow to get the rush on yellow back to blue. Interesting. So she's going to obviously get the rush on yellow and send yellow to hoop 4. There's nothing wrong with the way she's doing it, but we will see things slightly differently.
I'm just wondering if she hit that ball a bit harder because she felt the lawns were slower.
I don't know. I think she just wanted to guarantee her rush on yellow. She can rush that to the north boundary, and then just gives her a stop shot, sending yellow to 4 and getting to blue.
Yeah, she's got the number 6 hoop is looming as a potential target.
Yeah, and also even red as a slightly potential target. So she doesn't want to crash into either the red ball or hoop 6.
She needs to cut this ball a bit.
Yep, she did it perfect. She found the gap.
Now, just looking at it, Nelson, the blue and the hoop restricting her shot up to 4. Well, it's hard to tell from here.
Hard to tell from this angle, isn't it? Yeah. But I think she's further over the other from the. She's to the. Looking at it from here, she's to the left-hand side of the hoop.
Yes, she did. She went. So she's now approaching hoop 3 from a very comfortable distance. Just slightly to the side of the hoop. And I'm assuming she'll set it so that she can rush the blue ball across to the red. Now, that's not the first time we've seen that shot played.
Nope.
Nelson.
Yeah, Miranda played that a number of times yesterday, didn't she?
Going through the hoop and rushing at the same time.
Yep, which is called a hoop run and a Croquet.
So for the time being, she's ignoring the red.
Yep.
She's got a fairly simple roll shot here, loading 5 and going over to yellow to rush that down to the hoop. She's just checking the line that she needs to be on to get the ideal rush.
This is the first time that Debbie has played in a women's world championships. She basically had about 10 years not playing, and she came back to the game, I don't know, I can't remember exactly, perhaps 5 years ago. But in the mid-90s, she certainly was one of the top players in the world. She was certainly a top 10 player.
Nelson has had the advantage of playing a lot of croquet in the UK in the New Zealand winter, and then coming and playing here in the New Zealand summer. And so he's had a lot of contact with these players.
Yeah. Yes, I've played both Miranda and Debbie in the past, and I have beaten both of them, and they've beaten me.
Yeah, well, as it happens, isn't it?
The rain seems to have stopped, and it also is getting a little bit clearer. So hopefully,
Chris's projections are.
There's a little bit of blue sky behind me.
And I think the wind's dropped as well.
And the wind's dropped as well. Yes, I'm not feeling nearly as cold. Ooh, the hoop really gripped that ball.
Yeah. And the question is, has she got a shot on yellow?
Doesn't from her body language, I was saying no.
And it's the smallest things that seem to affect a break. You'd have thought that would have been through to the line, no problem. And certainly she played it as though that was the case. So she's now shooting at blue, which is her pioneer for hoop 5, and probably will bring red down to either the hoop or down to yellow to continue the break.
And she hits nice contact with the blue.
The older members of the croquet community will recognise that as a Jackson rush. In memory of Bob Jackson. Well, not memory, because he's still alive.
He is.
And he regarded anything probably within about 10 yards as a rush, whereas we sit in trepidation of such shots.
It's purely a Croquet to us. Anyway, so Debbie can now basically probably do a takeoff on the blue. So she's going to swap her balls around. So blue, she'll get a rush on red, probably to yellow, and then take yellow to hoop 5.
Pull all the balls back together again.
And this sometimes happens in breaks when you get through a hoop and you can't hit your escape ball, and you have to reconfigure the ball arrangement. I mean, it is a game of patterns, but the patterns sometimes have to change.
Yes, when you get awkward events like going through a hoop but not far enough to make contact with your pioneer.
Yep, lovely rush
So
again.
She's rushed that right down to
beyond yellow. She's done that beautifully. I think she made
So
slight contact with it, didn't she?
Red just clipped the yellow. Shouldn't change things, but
nope. She can
probably slowed the red down slightly.
Yeah, it's probably took a couple of feet off it.
Would have had a bit more length to work with. A lot of AC croquet is about creating the space to play the shots you want to play. And sometimes in order to get one ball, one distance, you've got to have enough room.
Yes, I mean, if she'd been able to go to the boundary there, she would have been able to put red in a better position. I mean, it's nothing wrong with where it is, but it would have been more in towards her play. So now she's got a nice rush on yellow to hoop 5. She's done that beautifully. It's nearly right in front.
We talked about Miranda having the pace of the lawn yesterday, but it looks as though Debbie's certainly got it.
I mean, one of the reasons we have chosen this match to stream is we feel it's probably the closest to opponents. They're actually the 4th and 5th seeds. So we felt that this was going to be the closest match, and a match which could be quite interactive between the two players. The other matches, I mean, 7 of the 8 seeds have qualified for the quarterfinals. The only player who is not a top 8 seed is Heather Knight from Australia, and she's playing Gabrielle Higgins.
I think she was fairly surprised to get where she did.
Yes, I mean, I'm not sure of her exact seeding in the tournament, but it's certainly down in probably the 20s.
I don't know. Again, I don't know Heather at all.
No. Yes, I met Heather in Australia. Her son also plays.
All right. So Debbie's just taking off this yellow ball. She's presumably leaving it there as a pioneer for 3-back, because she is sort of coming round to that point. So this will be a rush it up to blue and not past it, and
so nice
that she
position.
so she can now load 1 back and go to the blue ball to approach hoop 6.
Yeah, and she's given herself room to be able to achieve this.
Yes.
That's what you were saying before about giving yourself room to be able to play the shots.
It's also all about shot selection and deciding which shot to play given the distances you have to cover. There are a variety of ways of playing a croquet shot that all produce different results.
Yes, I looked it up. Actually, Heather Knight was the 12th seed, so I underestimated her position there. So she was seeded 12, but she wasn't seeded to actually reach the last 8. Don't know.
So Debbie's now through hoop 6 and is just rushing the blue ball into a position where she can load 2 back and get a rush on the red ball back to 1 back.
And again, she's given herself
the space to do it.
actually execute the shot.
And she'll probably play this as pretty well a stop shot. And that's come up to 2 back nicely.
About what? 4 yards?
Oh, that much?
3 perhaps. 3
yards.
Sorry, yeah, 3.
Now we've got the sun out and the wind back up.
I think this is going to be the coolest day for the next 3 days. I think it's getting warmer each day, and the finals day is looking like a day of full sunshine. So that should be, I don't think it's going to be hot, but it'll be probably 21, something like that. But at least sunny all day.
Yeah.
It would be nice for the lawns to get a bit faster for the final. And at the moment, we still have 2 English players in the last 8, 3 New Zealand players, 2 Australians, and 1 Scot. Now, it'll be interesting to see what she does here.
How she plays this, because she's already got...
She's got no rush, and that's Red's hoop, so she may be looking at NSL.
Outside the hoop towards the line and just come down to blue, because she's already got a pioneer at 3 back.
She may go for an NSL leave.
Yeah.
So just to explain, that leave is basically she'd leave red ball at hoop 2, and then she would be having the opponent ball at 3 back, and her 2 balls wired from those 2 balls out on the east boundary. As we explained yesterday, when a ball is wired, it means that there's a hoop or a peg in the way of, so that the opponent cannot hit
so she's
ball or 2 balls.
She's now got a long takeoff, and the difficulty with these is you've got to get the pace right. She needs to fall short of the blue ball, but not so far short that she has a nervous rush, because she has just made a lift hoop.
So arrived about level with the blue ball.
With the ball. As we said before, the blue ball's about 3 yards from the hoop, so probably a fairly comfortable approach.
And she, seems to have got the pace of the lawn by now.
I'd have to say, when she first hit that ball, I thought it was going to go a long way. It pulled up.
Yes, I mean, obviously that bit of rain has slowed the lawns down a bit. Anyway, you can see that the sun is now coming out. You can now see Debbie now has a shadow, so there's certainly a bit more sun.
Now she's left herself about 2 foot back from the hoop, but pretty well dead in front.
Yep,
ran through it nicely.
Yep, right through to the boundary.
Line.
Yep. Now she'll take both black and blue over to 3 back.
Well, this is another leave, Nelson, that we've not seen before.
Could be.
Yeah, and that's pushed nicely over towards 3 back, which makes the next shot a lot easier.
So
she'll roll these balls probably at a very similar distance.
Yep. So she's putting blue to be an escape ball after she has positioned yellow into a wide position after she's run the hoop. Yep, that's a nice shot. Lovely.
Very nice shot.
Very nice shot. So
she's
now
got a very comfortable rush into the hoop.
Yep. And she wants to get this fairly close to the hoop, because she needs a lot more control here. She doesn't want to be going through the hoop a long distance, because she actually wants to be able to position her yellow ball quite precisely.
So when she goes through the hoop here, she doesn't want to go too far. She'll then rush the yellow ball to almost against the leg of the hoop.
Yeah, well, she doesn't want it against the leg of it, because you want to be able to rush that to one.
Almost against the leg. And positioning it so that she can rush it across to one later on.
And also she wants to make sure now, what she did then was to make sure that, because after this, because she's made a lift hoop, 1 back, Miranda will have a lift, and she wants to make sure that Miranda cannot hit the yellow ball from a balk.
And the yellow ball also needs to be positioned in proximity to the 3 back hoop, so that she can set up a rush quite close to yellow, but where yellow hasn't got a shot on her. And the sun's gone away, and Nelson's cold again. It's hard to tell from here, but do you think that's as hidden as you'd want it to be?
Perhaps not as, I think it's a little bit, but it's still not an easy shot.
No, the hoop will always.
And now she will position her blue and black so that yellow has no swing at the ball.
So she's hit over to the line, and then I suspect she'll go up the line a
little bit further up the line.
It's from here.
Come back, son, all is forgiven.
She's obviously not happy with the position of red, and is going to correct that. What do you see as Debbie's motives, Nelson?
I mean, I suppose if she'd got the rush on it, she could put the ball, right against the jaws of.
But then it's a dangerous thing because it is red's hoop. You wouldn't want to put it in a hoop running position.
No. Well, even if you did, she probably wouldn't take it on anyway. I mean, it doesn't. She'd end up with a sort of 30-yard shot after running the hoop.
Mm. So she's repositioned red so that it's sitting almost level with the peg and a yard or two out from the line on the west boundary.
The problem is what she's done is getting black into the right position. She's made that harder for herself,
Yeah. She's got a relatively small window. Yeah, and to put a ball on a spot, there's often clubs have a fundraiser where somebody puts a $50 note, 5 or 10 yards up the lawn and says $2 a shot, land the ball on top of it.
Looks like it's going a bit hard to me.
And it's
it hasn't quite got to the
achieved
boundary,
what you wanted. No.
But she has given Miranda quite a
target.
Quite a target. I don't think yellow can probably hit them.
No, I'm sure yellow can't. But
she's certainly got a good target from A-Bork with red.
Yeah. Or even down the line.
Oh, I think I'd be taking it from A-Bork.
Take the short one.
The target like that. I mean, I think a ball would just go between them, but
no,
you'd have to be pretty precise.
When you look at when you get the angle, though, I don't think it. Not sure it will.
No. No, it's certainly a good target. So it's like having a three ball target, really.
So
let's see
left
what Miranda
yellow
does.
or red.
That's true. Yes, perhaps with yellow would be even better, really, wouldn't it?
Because if she lifts yellow, then it means hoop one can be accessed with red. Whereas picking up red, she's got a long way to go to get across to.
True.
Because this leave is often used as a precursor to a triple peel.
Absolutely. But anyway, she's obviously going to go to B-Bork, and she's going to shoot down on the two balls. She didn't fancy the double.
Perhaps the risk and reward argument. So she's shooting down from B-Bork at the two balls, and she's gone past them and is in corner 4 with the yellow ball. And from here it's impossible to tell whether there's a rush or a simple rush into corner 4 with the black ball. Where's blues for where are we? Hoop 3. So she may have a rush on blue straight down to hoop 3 without even thinking about the other balls.
Well, why would she go to yellow?
Well, yeah. No, that coffee, I'm going to have to, at some stage, I'm going to have to rush away. That coffee was a bit large.
Right, I'll leave it to you.
Thanks. So Debbie's rushed the ball down. She's a bit short of hoop 3, so she has a takeoff to get position. And then, having made that, she's got a bit of a task to get things going. And it'll be interesting to see what she does to achieve that. Now the wind's got up again. There's a hint of sun, but so she's got about a 3 foot, 4 foot hoop and on a bit of an angle, but she has a partner ball with her, so she can potentially afford to have a go at this. And she's balked the hoop, and it sits out to the side. It's accessible by black. Well, it's able to Roki black. Miranda's going to the red ball. Not sure whether she's playing that or just checking out the situation. And again, she's now going to look at the situation from the yellow ball's perspective, and make a decision. It looks like she's playing yellow, and shooting it, I would say black, but no, she's just gone past black. And it leaves her in an interesting situation where if blue were to attempt to go for the hoop in the first instance, she can attack it, although there are other shots available. It's interesting here, Nelson. Would you play blue, go back to yellow and do a load and hold?
I would. Sorry, I'm back with my cup of tea now. I needed something to warm me up. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly... She's going to play black, is she?
Well, it looks like it.
Don't quite see the reason for that.
Well, I think this is to perhaps put pressure on Miranda. She's got the blue ball in the same quarter as the hoop. And she can, if she can get both opposition balls in a position where they both need to move.
Yeah. Which is really called a squeeze, isn't it?
Yeah. We don't hear those terms in the country, Nelson. We don't have squeezes in the country.
Don't you?
It's a city term.
Yeah, so she's going to set for the blue, so she's going to put the yellow and red into useful positions for her, but also forcing Miranda to move one of the balls.
Don't know that she's very happy with that shot, given her body language.
No.
That would be a situation where she's attempting to create a bit of space behind the blue so that it makes it less desirable to shoot at them.
Absolutely.
So yellow, I would assume, is going to go up to hoop 4. And she may or may not actually do anything with the red ball.
No. I think she was looking for possibly a wiring situation. Oh, she's that quite deep, isn't she?
Yeah.
Very deep.
But given that that's the ball that's going to get shifted anyway,
yeah, it doesn't matter.
I would imagine. And she's potentially wiring red.
Yep. So she's leaving herself a rush with blue towards hoop 3.
Now, if Miranda were to go for these two balls, shoot at these two balls with yellow or red, she creates the opportunity to set up a break if she misses. We might see a defensive play here.
We
Nelson.
might, yeah. Though Miranda's not very much a defensive player. I don't think she's
no,
an
that's
aggressive
right.
player. But sometimes you do need to perhaps
wait your patience.
That's right. You have to be a little patient and hope your opponent don't give your opponent too much and wait for them to break down. And adjoining lawn, we've got Alison Sharp and Alison Robinson, the two Alisons playing each other. And Alison Robinson is for 3 back and 2, and Alison Sharp is for 4 and 2 back. So pretty even sort of game.
That's an interesting position. For Alison to be that far around, that is. I'm doing that without the benefit of my microphone.
Well, she's having a go at those two balls.
She is.
And she's missed it.
Yep. Perhaps she felt because blue and black were closer to the boundary, and Debbie wouldn't be able to get such a good stop shot.
Well, I think she's got a real
reason
opportunity
why.
here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Debbie's got a fairly short shot onto yellow and is in a good position to stop shot that yellow up to hoop 4 and get position on black to go in to make hoop 3.
Ooh, this wind has come up again.
I'd hate to think the weather was going to be our sole concern for the day, though,
Yes.
Nelson. We are watching one of the more, from a Croquet situation, one of the more attractive games we could be watching.
Yeah. No, you've got two very, very good players who play a very positive game. And they are good break builders and play breaks very precisely. We haven't seen any triples so far in this tournament, but I think as we near the latter stages of the event, we may.
There has been the odd attempt, I'm led to believe.
Yes, I believe there has been some attempts made, but none completed.
And some of the players here are regular triple peelers.
Yes, certainly Gabrielle, Jenny, and also even Debbie and Miranda, you know, certainly are good triple peelers.
put a senior move managers on those three there. Where's that French baker? Bugger. It's not local.
I'll let you do those.
So Debbie's made hoop 3 and has put herself in a position where she can load hoop 5 and go to yellow with a longish rush down to hoop 4. For the time being, the red ball's out of the equation.
She's got a bit of work yet to get her.
Well, she can get
break
3
into
balls
control.
going.
Yeah, that's right. And concentrate on the 3
This
balls
shot,
initially.
These next 2 shots are fairly critical
They
to
are.
the break. Now the black balls come nicely out. It's a bit short, but
both balls are a little bit short. But I think she would prefer both balls to be at least another yard.
yeah.
But again, you know, Debbie does rush the ball well. Yep.
Right, she's rushed it down pretty well level with hoop 4, but about 3 yards out. I'd guess 3, 4.
3, 4, yep. It's always a lovely setting here at Hagley Park.
Oh, yeah.
Surrounded by wonderful trees. We're in a really glorious park where there's lots of other sports played, lots of joggers, dog walkers. You know, it really is a very beautiful setting.
It'd make a magnificent dairy farm.
I'm sorry.
I'm from Taranaki. All I can see is the number of cows I could get on.
Yes.
You know,
And you know what cows do.
Yeah. So Debbie's a yard and a half out from the hoop and reasonably well in front. And she's certainly not walking away from it.
No. There's a testing length. She's spending more time than normal on her swinging this time, because obviously she realised this is not an easy shot, but an important one. She's going to reset.
No, you can't plug it into my knee. So she's gone through the hoop. As we said, there was a fairly critical shot within the context of the break.
And also going right through.
Let's try this one. No power.
Have you tried turning it on?
We just had it on.
So we're just doing a little technical work here.
So Debbie has rushed yellow up towards hoop 5 and will presumably load hoop 6 and go to black. And she's now got a 3-ball break, fairly well organised.
Is there no power to hit at all?
No, it must be because
What's that one doing? So now she's got to rush back to hoop 5 and a ball fairly comfortably placed for hoop 6. After this hoop we may see the red ball brought into play. Oh, was it? So she's just approaching hoop 5. And she appears to be nicely in front.
Maybe soon the same cutting. Maybe some tape.
Through hoop 5, and she's got a rush to 2 back, if you like, which she may or may not use.
Yeah.
You'll see me moving on us around.
Okay, lovely. Yeah, okay, thank you.
No, she's presume Nelson. She's rushed it out here, so she will put black to 1 back and go up to red.
I would think so. Sorry, I've just been distracted. We've just been trying to get another screen operating here so we can actually see the live feed, but we're having a few issues with it. Just keep.
I'll see if I can
Yep.
take it up.
And she's got that blue ball really nicely up, so she's got
Is that to 6 or to 5?
that's gone to,
Is that going to 6? Is it?
she's going to 6 now.
Yeah, and got that beautifully, didn't she?
Yeah. It looks like we've been given a very, very dud screen. I'm just looking at the back of it, and it appears to have suffered a certain amount of damage over the course of its life.
It's holding.
Now she's putting a second ball at 1 back while she goes to her pioneer for 6.
Best I can do.
It all goes back to the nice hoop she ran at 4, though. Really, that's
Yeah,
what
that was
what really made this break work. There's one of our dog walkers going past.
Carrying an orange stick. So Debbie's now in front of 5. She's looking at it quite closely as though there's a bit of an angle on it. Yeah, there is. Eh? Oh, actually, seeing Nelson's one, I think I will have one, please. Yeah.
I'll have another one, yes.
It looks like she's got a bit of an angly hoop here, Nelson. Yeah. Well, you can see the position of her body. Oh, yeah, but she threw it nicely. So I'm intrigued as to why she put the red over by one back.
Yes.
And she's going to have to, strictly speaking, hit one of them away, and then...
Well, yeah, she's going to have to use one as a pioneer for two back.
Yeah.
Yes, one's going to have to use her pioneer for two back.
So she's going to have to create some space.
Which she can easily do, because she
Oh,
rush
she
one
can,
to,
yeah,
rush
but,
it to the line. So
I thought it might have been, she might have been more comfortable with it up the field a bit more after she'd made hoop 6.
you know, we seem to be having a few more shadows back, so
Yeah.
sun is starting to peep through.
So she,
We had actually 1,300 views yesterday, Peter. Did you know that?
right? Oh, I can claim credit for some of those because I sent the link to a number of people.
Whether they're croquet players or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, streaming seems to be becoming more and more popular. You know, we've been streaming in Australia and the UK and also here, and I think it's doing a lot for publicising the game.
I heard I guess a statistic yesterday that the golf croquet world under 21 world champs had something like 30,000 followers for the streaming.
That was for which?
The under 21 champs in Nelson, was it? The world champs.
Really?
Well, look at that.
I mean, I know last year at the GC Worlds in England, I think we had over 70,000 views during the week.
Is that right? So she's
got a very close pioneer at two back, which is
and
it's where you like them, isn't it, Peter?
Well, no, I'd say a foot out personally. I want a little bit of room to hit the ball because, strictly speaking, she's got to hit the ball away from the hoop.
That's right. Yeah. Yes, you want to give yourself a little bit of room to manoeuvre. Anyway, it's Debbie is certainly seems to have the grasp of this game. She's already on 4 back with her black ball and now about to run 1 back with her blue.
We're not trying any commentators' curses with predictions.
No, no predictions. I've learnt my lesson.
I think we've got a very dodgy screen here, Nelson.
Yes.
I don't think we need to rely on it. So red looks as though she's putting that up to 3 back, which is, I guess, what we'd expect.
Yep, and getting a rush on yellow.
Getting a rush on yellow down to black.
Yep. Yes, she'd like to get this yellow rushed, I think, quite close to black.
Yeah.
Because black is so close to the hoop.
She's got red nicely down.
Yes, beautifully down.
Just north of 3 back.
Yes, she seems to have said earlier got the pace of this lawn very well, so she's rushed that beautifully down to 2 back.
So she's now got a comfortable approach to that black ball.
Yeah, very comfortable approach.
She can control where she has to hit it.
But as we were saying before, it's people say about having strength in this game. And Debbie is quite a slight build, but it's all about her swing. She's
swing
got a wonderful swing.
Swing and timing.
Timing, yeah. And she uses a standard grip.
Yep.
A handsome, quite apart. I mean, for a lot of top players, yeah.
often hear comments from smaller women that they don't have the strength
Yeah.
to play some of the bigger shots in croquet, but I think Debbie
And
shows
Gabrielle
us,
is
and
the same, you know.
yeah, all have the ability to play all the shots.
Yep, nicely
She's
through.
that.
But again, as I say, you know, these hoops are set to 0.8 of a millimetre, more than the largest ball, and so that is not a lot of clearance, and so that's why you often see the ball gripping the hoop gripping the ball as it goes through.
Just being delivered a cup of tea by our esteemed manager, Stefan.
You mean
Well, well, not the tournament manager, the chief executive, that's the word.
CNZ.
Now, you've just talked about the largest ball, Nelson, and I always find it, I don't know, concerning that balls come out of what is a mould in different shapes.
Yep.
And so it's often the yellow ball that is the largest.
It is. I don't know why it's the yellow, but it often seems to be more often the yellow than any other colour.
And the balls are currently quite an issue because the manufacturer in Australia has sold out, and his formula for making the balls has been deemed illegal in Australia because of one of the components being a banned substance. And so I guess we're about to go through a period of change as far as balls are concerned.
The new balls are made in a little place called Humpty Doo in Australia, a very amusing name, and so the balls are called Humpties.
And somebody's just suggested that they play as if they'd fallen off the shelf. And we're looking for now the King's horses.
So they have had a few issues with them. They seem to be sorting them out. But now we also have the sunshiny balls, which have been...
They're made in Asia.
Yeah,
I gather somewhere.
And they've been... the WCF have
I have actually had a game with the new ones. The new Plymouth Club have bought a couple of sets. And I find them very similar to play with to the Dawsons that we're currently using.
So back to Debbie, and she slightly collided with hoop 5 as she was trying to rush the ball over to 3 back, but she had a good pioneer there, so it didn't really matter. But she's now running 3 back.
The pioneer at 4 back has gone a little deep.
A little bit deep, yeah. But I think she'll...
But she's got a ball that she can rush outside that and
absolutely
come back in.
And if you can be rushing the balls beyond where you want to go, then you've got control of those balls.
You're coming up to the rush line. I think it's... The tournament's been well, blessed really by a number of sponsors, which is an unusual event in croquet. We don't normally get masses of support from commercial enterprises. However, we've got three major sponsors here, being the senior move managers, which will help you, I guess, sell your home when you're getting to the point where you need to move into perhaps more protected accommodation, and also Terminator mallets, and quadway hoops. A lot of you will know Mike McClure from Nelson or Blenheim area. Has now taken over the manufacture of the quadway hoops, which are pretty well standard in New Zealand, and also his Terminator mallets. And then lastly, we've got Bishopdale Hearing, which obviously is an audio clinic, and So we're pretty grateful to these people for giving the support to the croquet community.
Yes, it's great to have sponsors. Of course, we also Active Maori Television, you know, which is obviously sponsoring this live streaming. And now Debbie has reached 4-back. She managed to send her yellow ball quite deep, so she's able to send that to Penult, and now she's approaching 4-back with a small
I think she
stop
wanted black to go slightly further from her actions.
Yes, I think it's, she's got it quite close to the hoop. But I think, you know, with 2 pioneers at Penult, she's well in control.
We've seen quite a bit of double loading.
We have
of hoops, actually.
Yep. I mean, it's a technique which is used quite often when you're playing on very, very fast lawns.
Yeah.
So when you're on very fast lawns, having 2 pioneers at your hoop can be a real asset.
Yeah. What you're trying to do really is make a lot of your shots as short as possible.
Yep. And when you're on very, very fast lawns, that ball control becomes a lot more,
now, Nelson,
more difficult.
It looks as though it's getting quite warm out there. You may be able to take your ski jacket off
might
before
be able
long.
to, yes. That'll be a first. It's a little bit colder when you're just sitting down all day.
Well, it
too.
is. It's the sitting down issue that
Debbie's at least, and she's actually in the sun. We're in the shade here.
Now I'm making the assumption that she's going to load Rover.
No, I think
with
she's
the
putting
red ball. With the red.
Oh
ball.
yes, absolutely. She's just putting this midfield back. Yep.
And I presume that's to assist her leave.
Yep. So she's got.
We're likely to see a diagonal spread.
Yes. I mean, I think it's quite possible. The old load of Rover and Penult seems to have fallen out of favour.
The only issue is I quite like to reverse it so that I'm in number 2 corner.
Yes, diagonal spread.
But the issue here is that that's red's hoop.
Absolutely. But I agree. I've used that one as well. Where
It gives you much better access to 4-back.
4-back. And you can basically do a straight rush, you know, from that boundary.
If you do it from the other side, what we might regard as the standard side for a diagonal spread, the penultimate hoop often seems to get in the way.
Anyway, so Debbie has probably 2 more hoops to run in this break, and then she'll have clip positions of peg and 4-back.
Would you like to make some comments at all on your own game?
I could just actually have a look at the moment to do an update on a couple of the other matches. Just one moment.
So Debbie's in the process of running penultimate. Again, slightly angly, but through it comfortably, and she Roki's yellow as she goes through.
It's on the Jenny and Lorna match. Jenny is for peg and Penult, and Lorna is for 1 and 5.
She's put yellow up towards the peg and has a rush on black towards red. These are all going to be fairly short shots. She wants to keep the balls on hand to complete the leave.
And the match between Gabrielle and Heather Knight Gabrielle is 4 back and 6, and Heather is 3 and 4.
And the other game, the two Allisons?
Two Allisons. Allison is 3 back and in play. I can't see
2.
where. And
Yellow clips on 2.
is it 2? Is it? Ah,
Yeah.
yes. And Alison Sharp looks to be peg and 5.
And Debbie's just in front of Rover. My assumption here is that the red ball will go down to number 2, which would be the ideal position for it, really.
Yep.
The right ball,
placing
right ball in the right place.
Yep, putting the ball at his hoop. She's trying to obviously make, if Miranda does hit in, that she's making things as difficult as she can for Miranda. But she also wants to make the leave so that she's got some advantage of actually finishing the game with 3 hoops to run.
And she'll push red out to hoop 2 and get in behind yellow, push yellow up and
a little bit,
short,
a bit short with the red.
Yellow up and wire it from 2 at this position, because she's made lift hoop. She's giving away a lift anyway.
A bit of bad luck there. She's actually ended up with the ball touching the peg, which makes it much harder to get into it.
Well, and also she's got to be careful that the blue doesn't hit the peg.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And here comes our esteemed referee, Jeff Young.
Yep. Who has just been inducted, or he will be inducted, I believe, next month into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, is that right?
WCF Hall of Fame.
Oh, great.
Yes, New Zealand had two inductees to go into the Hall of Fame this
Was Joe
year.
Hogan one of them?
Joe Hogan and Jeff Young.
Yeah.
So she couldn't get yellow into a wide position because obviously it was against the peg. She couldn't get it round the other side of the peg, physically impossible. So she's put it out to the side there. So it's not going to be looking the best of leaves, really, is
Well,
it?
it's not, certainly not the leave she was hoping for.
No.
And I'm assuming she'll roll both balls out here.
But that was just really bad luck that Debbie had. I mean, it was she tried to cut the ball down so that it was in an easy wide position, and it just rested against the peg. So she's going to take both balls out at the same time. The black and the blue. Jeff just watching the black, and Debbie watching the blue. So she'll have both balls on the boundary. This match has now been running about an hour and a half, I think.
Is that right? And we're all, it's well advanced.
Well advanced.
Bloody hell. So Debbie's now on 4 back in the peg, and Miranda's on hoops 1 and 2.
With a lift shot.
With a lift shot to play. My guess is she'll lift the yellow. What she'll shoot at remains to be seen.
Well, probably the closest shot is... Well, there's not much in it, really, is there?
No, there's not.
Red at yellow. Yellow at... Or yellow at red.
Well, I think she could probably afford to... I think she could afford to go for blue and black because...
But why would she? I mean, she's got a much closer shot on yellow on red.
Well, yeah, but...
or even where they're standing.
Yeah. just red's more a slightly more useful ball for starting the break.
Yeah, but I think at this stage you want to probably take your closest shot, don't you? Yeah.
But she could create a bit of a double with blue and black.
I think she'll go yellow on red.
Yeah, well, the evidence that's in front of us is pointing that way.
I mean, the other shot would have been, 3 times as long, probably.
Yeah.
Ooh, no.
No, that's off to the right, or the left rather, right as we're looking at it.
That wasn't her normal stroke, I didn't think. So Debbie has a chance of taking the first game.
So she's got a bit of work to do here, though, Nelson.
Sorry,
she's got a bit of work to do.
No, it's not easy. I mean, but because obviously, because her leave didn't really allow her to set the balls with some advantage for herself. She's got a lot more difficult. Anyway, she's hit the blue. Nowhere to any advantage, but so I imagine she'll now take off to yellow.
My guess is you come to yellow and sort of work her way up to the hoop from there.
Yeah, she'll need to pull off a couple of good shots after she hits yellow.
In an ideal world, she could like to get south of yellow.
I think just
so she can.
Yellow will be sufficient.
Well, it would, but. We're looking for an ideal situation here, Nelson.
Yep.
Being in a position to rush it up slightly closer to red would be a big advantage.
It's off
the
the lawn.
ball's just gone off the lawn.
Yep.
About 2 or 3 inches.
She was trying to achieve what Peter was saying of getting south of yellow, but she's slightly overhit it, and she's gone off the lawn. So it's the end of her turn, and Miranda is now back in play. Could also mention 3 other smaller sponsors, local people: the French Bakery in Heathcote, Bidfood Service in Islington, and Pastas Vera, in Wigram Road. Pasta Vera. I'm very grateful for their sponsorship.
Do you know where they are relative to where we're sitting?
No idea.
Oh, that's a pity, because the French Bakery sounds very attractive. So Miranda's playing a big shot here, loading to and getting across up to red, probably with a vision of rushing it over to blue so that she can then come back and approach hoop 1.
Yeah, she got down very low to play that shot, to try and give extra sort of energy to the shot. She's managed to, she's now rushed it up to the north boundary, so...
it's probably a set-up situation.
I think it's probably going to be.
She may well go and move blue into a position that where blue has to play, because blue can't score any more hoops now.
She's taking off to blue. Oh, it's
Look at
absolutely
that.
what a...
Look at
Oh, that is a shot and a half. I'm sorry. That is just perfection. She's got the rush to 1 from... What's that distance? It's got to be 25 yards.
Oh, it'd have to be 25 yards
I mean, that is a beautiful shot.
from the
you know.
B balk
That is
up
just
to the line
fantastic.
on the east boundary, and
That
the
is a-
blue
that's a-
must have
that's
been
a great
slightly
shot.
infield.
I don't think so. I think it's well, not very much. I don't think. No, it can't have been because she hit it.
I'm trying to think.
She hit it
Think
when,
back.
and then she took off to yellow, so it can't have gone on field at all. That was a beautiful shot. It's just. But I mean, like we were saying yesterday, Miranda does have very nice touch on the lawns, I find.
Yep, and she's right in front.
Nicely in front of
with
Hoop 1.
with a very good, well, not a good pioneer for
Yeah.
2.
So a moment ago we didn't think she would be, even making a break. She would just be making a leave, and now here she is, with a chance of actually going to fallback.
Yeah, it's the thing about this game is it's never over until you peg out.
Absolutely. The sun's gone in again. The wind's come back.
I don't know if you noticed, but the cup of tea wasn't as hot as I thought it might have been.
No. I think it's our body cooling it down.
So she's loaded hoop 3 and has got a bit of a cut rush approach to hoop 2. Oh no, she's rushed it over to
Rushed
red
right
and
to
will
red.
come back.
And a beautiful rush too.
And done really well.
She has
That means
such a true swing, she really does.
it has the advantage of her being able to get a very controlled rush on the red ball,
Yep.
as opposed to the cut rush for 3 or 4 metres that she had.
Yep.
And also the black ball is now infield, whereas the red ball was pretty well on the line, I think.
Yep. So now she's got a nice dolly rush. A dolly rush was what we call a very close, simple rush.
Yeah, just getting the pace right is. I think she's fallen a bit short there.
A little bit short. Yes, a little bit short.
If you grew some hair on your legs, Nelson.
Yes, nicely in front of
And a very deep
a
red.
very deep red.
Slightly angly hoop, and she's
nicely
rammed it through.
Yeah. I like your adjectives there.
Well, sometimes I think these hoops need bullying.
Yes. You can't bully them too much, though.
No.
They will spit back at you.
So because that black ball is infield a little bit, she's got a bit of room to move here now. She can play this really quite a big shot with a certain amount of confidence. Well,
Little update on one of the matches. Jenny Clark has taken the first game against Lorna. But she's certainly got all the balls out now very quickly, and really I would expect Miranda to go to fullback here. I don't think she was going to go around and give a contact and peg Debbie out. I don't.
well, we don't know that yet.
No, I don't think that will be the tactic she'll use, but I could be wrong.
When were you last wrong, Nelson? 76, wasn't it?
Yeah, about somewhere back there. She certainly
hit
was
that
not going to
firmly.
stick in that one.
Again, that was a slightly angly hoop, and
She
she's
just wanted to make sure she...
yeah, and she's actually gained the benefit of putting two balls up. Yeah. I guess she's playing black, and I'm assuming that because it's easier for, in terms of playing that, to load 5 and,
Yeah.
and use red.
Red. Yes, with these angled hoops, you don't want to try and go for a bit of control.
No.
It's, you know, you...
And it's this is a really good example of how players can adapt to the situations that arise. And she's pulled up about 3 or 4 yards short of the hoop. But again, it should be a reasonably comfortable. She's right in front of it, so...
And she's put the red ball deep again, which tends to be her...
I think she's likely
tactic.
to be wanting to take it back to blue.
And she got a rejection. If you catch the nearest bit of wire with these hoops, they will just spit it back at you.
I think she must have hit the leg fairly full on there.
She must have hit, yeah. It really came back. Well, it came back a good yard and a half, didn't it?
Or more than that.
Is it?
Close to 2 yards.
Perhaps, yeah. So, Debbie, it's the black ball, which is not the ball she wants to be playing.
I think it is, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, and with the ball at her hoop.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's blue clip on the peg.
Blue is for peg.
Yeah, so this is...
You are right.
Yeah, well, as it happens, we were probably both wrong in the same year, Nelson.
Yes.
So Debbie's connected with yellow, and I don't know, I'd say this could spell... I don't want to... So this could easily spell the end of this particular game.
I would think it's pretty likely. I mean, she gets a nice rusher on this red ball. She can take that. She'll have 2 balls. She's got a ball already at her hoop. We'll have another ball to use up there for Penalt, and she should be able to complete with a three ball break.
Well, there's only 3 hoops to make, and the only issue will be that it's likely blue will end up being the pioneer at Rover, which could complicate the peg out slightly. So just next door to us, Alison Robinson has moved a little forward. She's now on 3 and 4 back.
Alison peg and 6.
Peg and 6. I actually saw Alison get rejected at hoop 6 while the red ball was close at hand. Debbie's got a relatively comfortable roll shot to go down to blue and load Penalt.
Yep.
She's done that. She's got the
made
red ball
contact with
very
the red
nicely.
Yeah, with the
Made with hoop helping,
Mm.
and a cut rush into fullback.
Yep.
Which
I mean, the only problem is she is having to put her own ball to Rover, which is obviously her last hoop, but she should be able to take red down with her as well. As
well,
the escape ball.
potentially, yes.
So we're coming towards the 2-hour mark for this match. Probably another, I don't know, 7 or 8 minutes to go.
Again, I think
2
she's
hours.
left herself slightly angly. She's banging the ground with a mallet. And she's rejected.
Yes, as you said, there was a slight angle there. And,
Yeah. And it's interesting that a lot of people that cast over a ball, their final cast becomes their shot. Whereas Debbie casts over the ball and then grounds her mallet and plays the shot. So Miranda's got a 7 or 8 yarder.
Yep.
Hitting onto, I'm assuming, black.
Yep.
And she's got another ball there that she can use to get over to her hoop at 2. And she's gone past it. That's
She's
unusual.
Yeah, she's not hitting as well today as she was hitting yesterday.
Now, Debbie, from where we're sitting, it looks as though she's in front of the hoop and
Does.
is able
Slightly
to
angled,
make it.
though, I think. Slightly angled.
Yeah. Oh, she's missed it again. Good Lord.
Yep, it was quite angled, that.
Oh, was it?
She did hit it quite hard.
Yeah.
So Miranda has another chance of hitting in.
Mm. Hey? Righto. So Miranda has missed her shot at blue. That was about a 9 or 10 yarder. And again, difficult to tell exactly where the balls are, but I think that Miranda's in a good position. Debbie's in a good position to make this hoop. Looks as though I'm being joined by Stefan to. Oh no, she just rokied blue. She obviously wasn't in a position to make the hoop.
Hi,
Morning,
Peter. How are
Stefan.
you?
Good, yourself?
Not too bad, thank you. Hello, everyone. So where are we at?
Well, we're at Debbie's for 4-back and peg, and Miranda's for 4 and 2. Both players are having a few problems currently.
Yeah, I saw
With
that you're
hoops.
having some issues with fullback there.
I think Debbie's probably just going to set up to
It looks like she just
red
set
and
up.
yellow are a long way apart, and strictly speaking, she could 2-ball the finish here.
Only 3 more hoops to go.
Yeah. Be very interested to see what Miranda does here with what shot she plays, because I think technically she's probably got to attack to extricate herself from this situation.
Well, you would think so. It looks like she's playing red
Yeah.
with the red clip on 2.
Well, if she does happen to connect, she's got a good path.
Yeah. And yellow near hoop 4 as well. So
Yeah. Well, I don't regard that as a pioneer, Stefan. I think
Not
it's just a
yet.
ball near 4. No, and she's gone through the 2 balls, and
well,
I'm
Debbie probably is going to pick up red and finish.
well, I would imagine that's the case.
But then again, she's bounced out of 4 back twice already.
Well,
so
that's right, but she's hit both times. She's hit the ball pretty hard.
Yeah.
So my guess is that, well, yes, looking at it, it's only a couple of metres away from red, so it gives it the opportunity to load Penult. So red's been hit successfully. And while we predicted an end to the game a little while ago, have another go at
Well, clearly the lawns and the hoops are challenging, as they should be at that level. So
United's always been a challenging venue.
yeah, I've only ever played here once, and
I think
the lawns were not as green as they are today. So
no, there's a lot of green on them. But I think the manager here, Chris Clark, has always worked hard to create a challenging environment.
yeah. And I guess the quadway hoops
Quadway
bring their own
hoops. and-
challenges,
yeah.
especially for the players in England who are not really used to them.
No, I don't think they are.
They only have a few hoops there.
So Debbie's cut that ball nicely into 4 back. I'm not quite sure what she's
Slightly on the
doing
side,
here.
but I think she's
I
gonna
don't know.
try
It's
and run the hoop and pick up red.
and that will be because she really wants to be making the rover hoop with red rather than blue. And again, just looking at the angle of her approach to the hoop, this is not straight in front, and in fact she's playing it very much as a jump shot.
Ooh,
Oh,
only just
great hoop.
She's clear on red, so
And she's now rushing or hitting red.
that should allow her to load rover nicely while getting behind blue.
Yeah. And she's done that
nicely.
very nicely.
Yeah. There's a replay of the jump shot.
don't know, when we played at Waimari, Stefan,
Yeah.
I found that the hoops weren't particularly receptive to jump shots.
Well, you mentioned any angle shot can't be done,
Yeah, well, that's
whether jump or...
yeah. I'd have to say I struggled that.
Yeah.
Had to completely revise my hoop making technique.
Yeah, they were quite challenging. Ooh,
Well,
that is a close one.
again, a slightly angly hoop at penultimate, and the ball has gone through. But I'd say she's got
I think
a heavily hampered shot here. Blue's a good 3 meters away.
but
Three
it's
to
straight in front, so she might be able to hit it nicely through the hoop.
it's not. I don't know that it's straight in
Fairly
front
straight in
actually.
front.
But obviously she thinks she can hit it.
Yeah. And Jeff Young
The
is
referee-
out there watching the shot.
He's marking the balls. Oh,
Yeah,
hell.
nicely.
And she played that with a full swing through the hoop. That's an indication of a lot of control to her mallet. It's interesting that because in that situation she couldn't cast, whereas a
No.
cast is very much part of her roking.
Yes. It's interesting, she casts and then puts the mallet to the
Yeah.
ground again, and then
Yeah. Do you want to take
Alright,
over? You could take over my march while
while you hand over to Nelson, okay?
You have your comfort stop.
And Debbie's just about to run Rover or
Yes,
play her crocus.
I'm
straight.
back. Peter's gone for a little comfort stop. That sun has come out slightly, hasn't it?
Yeah, but the wind has
Oh,
not
the wind
calmed
has not.
down.
No, it is really
So
not warm. So, obviously, did Miranda get in at all or not?
Yes, she, but not since you left.
No, right, no. Yeah, I left. She had a shot, but obviously I
Yeah,
missed.
no, that is set up behind hoop 4 back.
Right.
And Miranda shot with red,
Yep.
but missed. And that gave Debbie the extra ball to finish from here.
Yeah. No, Debbie is playing well,
Yeah.
very controlled. So we should be able to. This will be game 1 over. I'm sure the girls will have a small break before they resume to game 2, and they have been playing probably just over the 2 hours, I think. So those 2 hours that are still left will go towards
That's the game.
and that's the game. So that's game 1 over. Okay, we'll have a short break, or I'll just have a look around some of the other lawns and give you an update on those. On the Allison's lawn, Allison Sharp is for 6 and Rover, and Alison Robinson is for 4 and 4 back. So still some life in that match, and on the Gabrielle match,
I might cover the Jenny match in the meantime.
yeah.
So
On the Gabrielle, she is for peg, and I think approaching. Quite sure she's in play. Heather Knight is for 5 and 3, and at the moment I'll see where Gabrielle is actually approaching, but she's got peg with her black ball. She's on playing with blue ball, and I'll just see which hoop she is approaching. She's done a big roll down to yellow, and now she's rushing a ball north, but I'm not sure to which hoop. It looks like it could be either 6 or Penalt. I'll find out in a moment. Looks like it's going to be Penalt, from where she's hit it to. Yes, and she is approaching Penalt, so she only has 2 hoops to run, so she has good control of this first game.
And on lawn 5 we have Jenny against Lorna. Lorna is on 3 with red and yellow is on 1, and Jenny is currently in play. She just ran hoop 2 with black. Blue is still on 1. So she has the 4-ball break set up, just loading 4 with a pivot ball in the middle and a nice pioneer at hoop 3.
And she's already taken game 1.
Yes, and she has won game 1. Alright, so we will take a short break as well, and we'll be back shortly. Thanks.
Okay, we are back live, and Miranda has played her first ball on standard opening, and Debbie is going for a corner 2 opening.
It seems to be a fairly standard opening these days, Nelson.
Yep.
I think we've mentioned that the first time round, but the idea is to get it just out of corner 2, so that
if they shoot, it
potentially leaves a double.
Right. Well, we have got a bit of sun, but we've just got this cold wind. It is just... If you're in the sun, it's actually quite pleasant, but unfortunately we are sitting in the shade.
Yes. If it was 30 degrees,
we'd be
happy.
grateful for it, but at the moment I could do with a bit of sun.
So Miranda's gone across to her yellow ball with red and has left herself about a 1 yard rush.
So Debbie's eyeing up a double, I think, on the red and yellow from B-Book. And Gabrielle has taken the first game in her match. So Jenny is 1 ahead, Gabrielle is 1 ahead, Debbie is 1 ahead, and the other game is still in play. And she misses. Not sure whether she got down into the corner or not. I
don't think so. I think
it might be
the ball's on the line, not that far away from the 2 balls.
Yeah, so if I can see on our screen, our temperamental screen.
No, there it is. You can see now.
You can see now, absolutely. She's put her mallet. So let's see if Miranda can get a break going.
Be interesting to see whether she attempts to manufacture a cannon out of this. It's a means of getting both balls, or 3 balls moving, as opposed to just leaving one of these balls behind.
Yep. No, too hard.
No, just slightly hard.
It's just flicking in and out.
Yeah. Gone.
Anyway, so she's getting herself a rush to hoop 1 with the red ball.
Pretty gone. There's a potential obstacle of hoop 4, but she's so accurate with these rushes.
Beautiful. I mean, she plays those shots so well, doesn't she? A little bit harder this time, but still a very nice shot.
I'm really impressed with the angles that she gets, the accuracy of the angles.
Yep.
This is really just a matter of getting the pace right.
On that just a little bit more than she'd wanted.
It looked as though it went downhill slightly, didn't it?
That does not look an easy hoop now. No, she's decided to run away and going back to her partner ball. Yep. It looked like it initially looked like a really nice shot, and
Yeah.
it just got that extra roll.
Lawns 1 and 2 United are
Yep. Notorious.
notorious
Is the word.
for some very small hills around the hoops. Well, it's difficult to know how it comes about. They've been there for a long time, but whether the earthquakes contributed to it, or whether it's often with croquet lawns, people add additional dirt into the hoop holes so that they can tighten them. And over a period of time, that does create a hill.
Yeah, you have got a massive tree just close to this lawn as well.
There is as well. Yeah.
Oh.
And Debbie's gone through what was an attractive target, but not a double. So Miranda's got a similar situation to the one she dealt with earlier, without being able to. Probably she can't easily create a cannon here. Well, no, she can't create a cannon. But she can certainly get a good rush. Very slight cut. And again, it's just a matter of the pace. And this is looking very good. It's fallen short. Slightly, 2 metres perhaps. And I think that ball's gone certainly a bit further than is comfortable. And it's been rejected. However, it's not a disaster in the same way that using the opposition ball might be. However, I guess Debbie will shoot at these because if she connects with one, she's got a good start. Nelson's obviously sorting something technical out with his phone. He has access to chat lines which give us some feedback. So Debbie's shooting at red and she's just missed it, just gone past it. So it will be interesting to see whether Miranda shoots at the black ball with red and loads 2. One here. Stefan, take that one.
Oh, sorry.
No, Miranda's playing the yellow ball, and presumably hitting it out to make use of black.
Yes, she wasn't happy just to get her hoop one. She wanted to.
Well, I thought she might have played red onto black. And
No, nicely cut.
Nicely cut across to the hoop. And I imagine here she'll attempt to make the hoop and rush black back to red. Yeah, she's more comfortably in front this time.
Yep, I think she should be in front. She should be in a good position here.
Well, she's been rejected on that hoop.
Sorry, commentator's curse again.
I didn't say anything, Nelson. It must have been you.
It was.
I don't know. I'm not sure how much of a shot Debbie's got on this yellow, but she's calling a referee over. Although it doesn't look as though the ball's on the leg of a hoop, so that if it moves, it will have been hit. Oh no, she's hit that. So Debbie's now, and again, comfortably in front of hoop one, we'd like to think. And she's through it, well through it, presenting herself with a, I don't know, 10-yard Roki back to yellow. Presumably she'll play this. These girls have got a lot more confidence with shots of this length than probably Nelson and I.
Yes, they're both very confident hitters, I must say.
But we have seen towards the end of the last game, a couple of those shots go wrong, and I guess as opposition you're sitting there thinking, oh, there's a possibility here, but it hasn't eventuated. So Devia's got herself a rush on red, presumably up to 2, although her blue ball is up in corner 2.
Just to recap on who is doing the commentary, it's myself, Nelson Morrow, and Peter Philby. We are doing most of the commentary. We hope to bring in one or two other of the players, perhaps, if they finish their games. And at the end of the matches, we will try and get some comments from the winners of each match, just to see how they felt about their games.
Debbie has rushed that ball up to 2. The red ball hit the hoop and has skied off towards corner 2. She's now taking off to her blue ball and probably doing a kind of load and hold.
Yeah, well, that
situation from here.
Where the balls are placed, I would think that's what she's going to do. Yep, she certainly hasn't got a rush on the blue. So she's going to put blue, I should think, past 3 and try and hold position in front of 2 and then use red as her escape ball. It's good to see we have people around the world watching the streaming from the States and the UK, of course in New Zealand.
And that
So
shot's
hello to
fallen
all
a
our
bit
fellow,
short.
players and watchers. Yes, she's fallen short with that. She did make sure she put the blue quite deep because she didn't want to leave a near shot. She can now then retire with her black ball back to her partner ball, and red and yellow are a good, 30 yards apart.
Yeah. Wow, yeah. I've just been informed, Nelson, that bridge starts on the 16th. Again. Totally unrelated to croquet, of course, but...
Totally. Why did you feel I needed to know that?
Well, I keep getting the noises from my phone.
Oh, I see. Right. We had a hello earlier from Steve Wardle.
Oh, yeah. Yes, and as I read out to you earlier, I had an email from the Muirs in New Plymouth. They were even complimentary.
It's nice to hear. So Miranda comes back on the lawn.
Yeah, she's certainly going up to red, which is probably the danger ball from her perspective.
Yep, well, it's at Debbie's hoop.
She's got a difficult situation here.
She has.
She can't really afford to come back to her yellow ball,
Nope.
which is at hoop 1, and a shot at the 2 balls over by 3 create a situation.
She's coming back home.
All right.
Going back to her partner ball. So whether she's trying to force Debbie to play the blue,
which would give Debbie a very long takeoff. That's missed yellow.
So
This wind will be drying the lawns out a little bit,
it will,
Nelson.
Yep. And make it a little more difficult for the players as well.
These two girls seem reluctant to take defensive positions.
Yep.
Which is great.
It's great. It's great to see.
It really is great. Now Debbie's playing black.
Well, I suppose she can leave. It's nothing wrong with that. She can leave blue at her hoop 3, and then she's got 2 balls to play with to get her the rush up to hoop 2.
Providing for a triple, we'd like to think.
We'd like to think.
So blue's gone across to be a pretty good pioneer for hoop 3, and she's got nicely down to the 2 balls at 1. She was just checking then to see which ball gave her the best access to hoop 2, because there is the issue of hoop 1 potentially getting in the way. She's just making sure both balls are lined in to the same distance, and she's got a little takeoff here. It might be possible to play this shot with so that she ends up hitting both balls to push yellow infield. I'm not quite sure whether
No,
she's got the angle to do that.
I think she's just concentrated on making sure she's got a good rush.
Yeah,
She did make contact with the yellow, but
not very much. But red's gone nicely down to hoop two.
I hope everyone is hearing us today. I know we had a few sound issues yesterday. Some people were saying they couldn't hear us, but there's nothing more. We can actually not increase the sound at all. We're trying to speak into our mics as much as closely as we can. And also we do have the problem sometimes when the players are quite close to us, that we need to either speak very quietly or not at all, as we're only a few yards from corner one. So I hope you're all hearing us loud and clear today.
So Debbie's now right in front of hoop two with a red ball behind her and in a good position to push it forward. Presumably she'll hit out to the line here. Ooh,
She's stuck? Or she's through? Can't see.
Can't see. She's in the way. No, I think she's through, but she's got again a hampered shot.
Yeah, but at least it is dead straight. I mean, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. She's putting her mallet up to cool a referee. And Jeff Young is coming onto the lawn.
This has happened quite a few times in this game, where the hampered shots after
these
running
hoops are, they're set, as we said earlier, to 0.8 of a millimetre, more than the largest ball. And so, if you don't hit absolutely dead centre, you're going to get some hoop grip, and the ball is not going to travel through very far.
And both girls have had hoops rejected recently, so they are probably more conscious of it than they have been.
I mean, if we've had a few, as you say, hoop rejections, at quite close. Yep, and she's hit that nicely. Managed to hit the red. She can now do a big split shot.
I'd have to say I'm seriously impressed with her ability to play those shots with a full swing. I tend to get down
I play with a full swing too.
I take a leg of the hoop out every single time. Drives me nuts.
I like this shot.
I like this shot now. I think this is one of my favourite shots.
Oh no, I was talking about the shot, not the previous one. Oh no, I don't like this through the hoop. No, I agree.
It's this shot here that I particularly enjoy. It's a lot easier if blue's on the same side.
Yeah.
Same
she had no
side
choice
of the hoop, but she was limited there.
She was.
So she's probably got to hit down a bit more on the black ball to make it go further.
Go further. I think she's done it pretty well.
Oh yeah.
Yep, I'd be very happy with it.
That's a delightful shot.
I would be happy with that shot. Beautiful pioneer and beautifully to her
like
ball
to have been on
free.
the other side of towards the boundary,
but I think you're being
I'm being
you're being a little
particularly particular. Yellow ball's currently concealed from my view by the screen we've got, but it is still down by hoop one.
What's that?
The yellow ball. I'm looking at it in terms of progressing the break.
It's probably only 4 feet in and more or less level with hoop one.
Debbie's got, she's put blue ball a good distance forward.
Yep.
And she's about 2 feet back from the hoop. She's well through.
Well through.
and has gone up past the blue ball. I imagine this will now require a relatively big roll shot to load 5 and get down to red.
Yeah. No, Debbie's certainly got some form at the moment, and she's looking very relaxed. She's certainly got a good chance of getting her ball to fall back here, I think. As we've said earlier, this is the 3rd Women's World Championships, and we have the 2 previous winners playing in this event. Jenny Clark won the first one, and Miranda Chapman won the second. So whose name will go on the cup this time? Will it be one of those 2 ladies, or shall it be a new name?
So she's got the blue ball nicely to hoop 5,
Yep.
and a very nice approach to hoop 4.
Yep.
You notice how she made that black ball jump?
Absolutely, yep. You just get that extra bit of...
yeah.
She's letting her mallet do all the work and not her body.
Yeah. And to all you smaller women that think you can't get the power out of shots like that, it's basically all about the technique.
Yeah. I mean, Debbie wouldn't be much more than 5 foot high. And
She's a bit more than that.
No, she might be 5'1", 5'2".
I don't know. I don't know that I saw her as particularly short.
Well,
She's certainly slight.
We'll have to ask her. When she was much younger, she came out to New Zealand with Annabelle McDermott, and they had a year doing, I think it was in the early 90s, so probably 30 years ago. They did the Croquet circuit. They came and played in Australia, in New Zealand, and in America. So they had just a year playing croquet all over the world.
She's rushed this red ball over towards hoop 1 and is going down to collect yellow, and yellow will become the pioneer for 6.
Yep. So now she'll have all 4 balls in play.
Balls in operation.
I think she's feeling a bit cool. She's gone to get, I think,
a jacket.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, the sun keeps
Yeah.
threatening to come out, but it doesn't last long, and then the wind comes
in
up
between
and it's-
games, we were over at the pavilion standing in the sun,
and it was lovely.
just soaked it up. It was beautiful.
So it's back.
Now
All the blue sky has disappeared as well. So yellow goes to 6, and she goes to her pioneer at 5, which is blue.
And she's also coming to the yellow means that she's effectively on the rush line to blue as well.
Yep.
So there's no great angles involved in the shot.
No.
And she's gone to yellow and well past, actually.
A bit hard on the yellow.
3 or 4 metres past, 4 or 5 metres past, actually. So she'll have a bit of remedial work to do there. The thing I like about this game, and it's why croquet shots are so important, is that some mistakes you make in one croquet shot can be fixed with a couple of good shots.
Yep.
To put the balls back into place, if you like.
Yeah, and don't get disheartened when you've played one bad croquet stroke,
exactly.
Because you've got the chance of rectifying it. Just concentrate on what the ball that you are playing.
The croquet shots are extraordinarily versatile. Again, she's given herself a bit of length on the pioneer ball.
Yep. So that's nice. You can actually probably cut that over to red.
Yeah. And I think preload 2-back even.
Absolutely, yep. Well, that would be the logical thing to do, I think. Yep, that's she's hit it nicely over towards red. Got more or less to the nearly to the boundary, so she can load her 2-back and getting her rush on red to send that right to the north boundary.
A nice little roll shot to put blue in front of 2-back and get the rush on red, which she needs to rush out to B balk pretty well.
Yep.
Yes, she's... Ooh, that's gone a bit short on the red.
Yeah, but short. She can probably cut that up towards hoop 3 anyway, you know, in that direction, I would think. But it's not exactly where she wanted to be. Oh, she cut it beautifully.
Yeah,
I have to say, that is just superb. Superb cut. And distance and an angle.
Yep.
So she can send that red ball to 1-back and get her rush on the yellow.
Yep. And all back under control again.
No, she's, as we were saying earlier, now just playing a good rush and now a good croquet stroke, and everything's back in where she wants it to be.
So in the game behind us with the two Allisons, Alison Robinson is on 4-back and 4, and Alison Sharp is on 2-back and the peg. Alison Robinson is just connected with red.
And they're coming towards the 3-hour mark of their game. Yep, nicely rushed to the correct side of the hoop. So now she can just do a little stop shot approach.
It's just making sure that that yellow ball is going to clear the hoop. She's been pretty critical of herself.
She's got a little bit of angle, but it should.
It's only 18 inches out.
But it's just got that little bit of angle.
Looking at where she's standing, that's a bit more anglier than we think.
Yep, and she's through. So she's got two very nice pioneers, both at 1-back and 2-back. So she can just tap the red and just take off to red.
Yep.
All pretty standard stuff now.
And here's Stefan turning up again with his New Zealand croquet jacket, which I've been becoming somewhat envious of. As I said, exactly. As we said, the temperature in the sun, when there is sun, is very pleasant, but we're in the shade, providing for a 25 to 30 degree Christchurch summer, and it just ain't happening. So Debbie's comfortably made 1-back. My guess is she's going to put red into the centre, bring yellow down towards blue, and load 3-back with yellow. Nelson was away checking other games. So
Yes, I was just seeing how Jenny was doing. She is on 4-back and approaching Rover. So she should finish with Aleve being 4-back and Peg, and Lorna, I think, is 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 1 and 3.
So she presumably will want to rush that green, well, that yellow, not too far up, but past a point where the Rover hoop is restricting access to 3-back. Either that or she'll cut it across to the line here.
She just doesn't want to hit it down right near blue.
No, she doesn't want to be right by blue because she needs some room to
maneuver. Yeah, and she's done that nicely.
Done that very nicely.
That's a nice place to be.
That's just about as good as she could get.
Yeah, she's right on that. Really, that
the perfect line. Yeah,
perfect line. Which then she doesn't have to do a split. She's just going to send the ball basically in a straight direction.
Yeah.
One going to 3-back and the other ball stopping by her pioneer at 2-back.
Yep, and yellow's nicely over at 3-back. Had a great rush into the hoop. Holy hell, it's and she didn't quite get the length on that hoop run that she was after. She played it as a very controlled hoop, which can be dangerous with these hoops. She was hoping she could rush that ball up to the peg and red, utilising the red ball. She has cut it and made quite a lot of progress towards that, but I guess she was after something else, really.
So I think she's probably going to do a diagonal spread this time.
I imagine, yeah.
Yeah. From the way the
That's
ball's
why I think she was looking for a rush up to the peg.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get it. In this situation, would you? I'd like to take the red ball back to the yellow and then push it back into the hoop.
I like where if yellow was the other side of the hoop, yes, because it's that side, you're hitting it towards where you want to go. So a takeoff to me is if it's the other side, then your takeoff. If you fall short, you're more disadvantaged. But this way, even if you fall a little bit short, you're still hitting the ball in the direction that you want to be hitting the ball too. And because the ball is nice, nice and close to, you've got a better way of actually positioning that ball close to the hoop too. And
well,
she's done that nicely.
Close to the peg.
Close to the peg. Sorry, that's what I meant to say.
She's got the red ball in really quite a good position in terms of achieving a diagonal spread. And
it was a nice takeoff. She now can just hit the ball to the correct side of the hoop, little stop shot approach, and she can get her even if she doesn't get a rush out of the hoop. It's too much of a disaster. Because she's got such a nice red.
So she's
Yep.
through.
I think she's tickled
three
the
back.
tickled the yellow, but it's not, as I say, the because the red is so good.
Yeah.
You know, and she just needs to.
She was only ever going to do it unless she was very lucky to get a good
Yep.
rush out of it. And
So positioning yellow.
can she see red?
Yes, I think so. But
She's
there was a
gone.
danger
She's
there.
gone a little bit far with black.
Yeah. She seems okay.
Is she aiming for blue?
No, I don't think so.
Oh no, she's.
And then she can position it wide from yellow. So
Yep.
this is a diagonal spread. Basically, you have opponent ball at peg, and where you see yellow placed, and then she will rush the blue ball back towards the
East boundary.
east boundary, and lay a rush so that the red ball cannot actually hit those two balls. So it's in a wide position. Really.
Well, the red ball has a restricted shot. The
That's
peg
right.
is stopping it from
Yeah,
swinging.
that's
so
right. So it becomes sort of wide in a way because
Yeah.
because of
It's not wide directly.
Not directly. No, that's it. She
But
has no
shot.
swing or no on the red ball
And,
towards the black and the
because she's given away a lift, it's the opponent doesn't matter that the balls are hampered or wide or anything because they've got a lift anyway.
yeah. Yes, you're just telling her opponent that the red ball has fallen into a hole, so Miranda will be able to get some relief from that. She'll probably need to bring the ref, but she may actually pick up the ball anyway. So,
Yeah.
but if she doesn't, I'm sure she can ask for a referee to do something about that. So now she's going to look for a line running from the peg through the ball to where she is out on the on that boundary. Yeah, she's trying to give Miranda obviously the most difficult shot she can.
Indeed. And the standard, I guess, reply to this is to shoot down the line at blue and black.
Yeah, which ball do you tend to pick up, Peter? Do you tend to put the ball
funny
at the
that. I was going to ask you that question. I tend to take the ball in the middle. In this case, the red ball. My theory is that the red ball provides the shortest rush to hoop one. And I mean, I don't know whether that's a critical issue, but
So you would pick up the red ball and
I'd
shoot
pick
from
up the
B-walk.
I would, yes.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it also depends, of course, where your clips are placed. But in this case, they're both on one, so it makes no difference. But the other thing is also, I find, is the speed of the lawn. If the lawn's heavy, then I would pick up the yellow, because obviously the rushing of it, is harder to get that, right across to the other side. So if I'm, so it depends on the speed of the lawn.
If the lawn's heavy, then I would again I'd be picking up red because the blue's got a much longer rush, and then the rush back down to one is longer again than the red ball.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about me actually hitting, I'm taking the positive attitude.
Anyway, Miranda's having a look at the yellow ball, and she's taking the yellow
She's
ball.
taking the yellow, yep.
So I guess she's taking an attacking.
I tend to, I would say probably, if I did a percentage-wise, I'd pick up the yellow more than I do.
And the reason being?
The reason being, I like to play that shot, basically sending that ball to and getting my rush on red to one.
Well, certainly and that's why, as the defensive player, I'd be picking up red because the red ball offers more opportunities. No,
Nope,
she's
she's missed.
gone past and she's in the number 4 corner.
Yeah.
Miranda's not having the same success with her Rokies that she had yesterday.
Not at
while
all.
we were
No,
watching.
no, not at all.
And it's funny how it goes like that, where you have days where you hit everything. You don't do anything different, or you don't feel as though you've done anything different, but
It's just
the balls go past.
Yep, yep.
And this
It's all
is
about rhythm sometimes,
Yeah.
you know, and the difference between hitting and not hitting can be just
it's
so-
potentially millimetres, and you wonder
And
how
I
a
think
ball
once you
can
also,
miss.
it's a confidence thing too. Once you've hit 3 or 4 balls, you're a little bit more relaxed. When you've missed 3 or 4, your arms are
You
not
think, well,
quite as relaxed as they.
When am I ever going to hit one of these? A few years ago, I went over to the Gold Coast and played in the tournament there.
I've played the Tweed Heads.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And
In fact, I won the men's there.
I took I bought a new mallet, which is the same mallet I think that Debbie's playing with, the trimmer
Yeah.
travel mallet. I think you play with one, don't you? Yeah. And I played one game and I couldn't do anything with it. And then all of a sudden I couldn't miss anything, and I decided it was the mallet that had changed it.
Yep, it's this game is so much of a head game, really.
And it was just amazing. I hit so many balls.
Yep. So now Jeff is checking the hole, and so he'll either move the ball or he'll get the hole filled.
If he moves the ball, basically he's got to sort of create the same angle that existed.
Yep. So he's moving balls
Basically a ball's width.
both in the same distance, so that the angle, as Peter said, is exactly the same. So
It's interesting, is presumably that's a man-made hole,
I
Nelson,
would suspect it's an old hoop hole.
because generally
Not
you
hoop,
have
not-
to
not-
accept the
not hoop hole,
anomaly.
a peg hole. Yeah.
Generally you have to accept the anomalies of the lawn, don't you?
Yeah, but not of the ball sitting in a hole. You know, you have the right to actually ask that to be.
I thought if that was just the nature of the lawn, but if it had been as a result of, as you say, an old peg hole,
Yeah, then that's that.
then yes,
that's
you can
lawn,
move
you know,
it.
you move it, and you could see from here how much it was sitting in a
Oh
hole.
yeah, yeah.
And the problem with that, of course, when she went to rush it, the ball probably would have
got it and gone nowhere.
Jumped over the top of it. You know?
Yeah. So Debbie's got a longish takeoff here, and she's short.
She wasn't happy with that. Now the problem is black is in field.
She's almost looking as though she's doing a 12 biscuit leave.
We call it a C-class leave.
Well, when I started playing, 12 bisques was the maximum that you could have.
Yes, I was the same.
Yeah. And I always regarded as a 12 biscuit.
Of course, now we start at 24.
Exactly. Have you tried playing a handicap game where they reduce the game to 2.5 hours and you're giving away 20-odd bisques?
I'm sorry, but if in a handicap game there should be no time limit. If you're going to be handicapped with giving away bisques, you shouldn't be handicapped with time limits.
Well, I don't know. I guess the modern tendency is to reduce tournament games to 2.5 hours, which
in New Zealand, not in the UK.
Yeah, which I seriously disagree with.
So do I. It's been a detriment to the New Zealand game.
Yeah.
Is low time limits.
Because it becomes to a race to get the first break and then just hang on to it.
No, it's done nothing to improve the standard of the game in New Zealand.
It's quite interesting. I would have been sorely tempted with the 12 biscuit leave.
Yeah, but if Miranda hits in, you're
that's
handing
right.
her a lot, you know.
Yeah, you are.
And at this level, you shouldn't be doing that, really.
Well, I understand that you shouldn't be doing it, but sometimes it's very tempting. Particularly if she's got a ball to receive the hoop up the pitch.
Yeah. But as we both know, they're both such good shots.
Yeah.
You don't really want to give your opponent that sort of opportunity.
And Debbie didn't really have a home to go to, Black being in the middle of the lawn.
She didn't
even go for the shot.
She's otherwise she would have had two balls in the corner. This way, she's actually got a rush upfield,
and she's got a rush to blue
and
as
a rush
well.
to blue. Yeah, exactly. So she didn't even try and hit the yellow ball. She's just placed the ball so she has a rush towards Debbie's blue ball.
And Debbie's eyeing up these two balls.
Yep. She is
certainly about to attack the balls in corner 4.
Yep. As we said earlier, there's very little
defensive play
being used here.
And she's gone through the balls.
Yep, she's just missed. So good opportunity for Miranda now to get some play.
Just looking next.
As happens so often, you know, the player gets that first ball round to fullback, and then all of a sudden struggles to get the next one. Yeah.
Just looking next door, it looks like Alison Sharp has balked at Rover with the red ball, so Alison Robinson has been given the innings, and she's on 4 back with the red ball, and Black's in the middle. So Alison Sharp is on the peg, and Rover
now has a rush 2.
And Alison Robinson is on 4 back and 5.
So Miranda has, again, nice rush to hoop 1.
And this is
it looks like an absolutely beautiful rush right in front, absolutely on the button. Yep, beautiful rush. I mean, she really does rush extremely well.
She's got a lot of work to do, though, to get much more out of this.
But, you know, it's a
rush across to blue.
Yep. It's all getting some play, getting a feel of the lawn. The good old yellow ball.
Yeah, but trying to put it on a spot through a hoop on these hoops is hard work.
Very hard.
And she's cut it
nicely back. So she's heading back towards the black ball. She didn't quite, unfortunately, because
didn't get the angle she was after.
No, but that was because of the hoop run.
Yeah.
It gripped the ball so much.
Black should be slightly infield. So
it should be, yep.
She shouldn't have too many problems getting a rush out of it. You'd rush it to blue?
Yes.
And she's done that nicely. She may actually have a rush straight to hoop 2 here. And this is a long distance. This is...
It's now 18 degrees, but with this wind, it feels more like about 12, I think.
I still can't believe that you brought a snow jacket to Christchurch in the middle of summer, Nelson. I mean, what on earth?
I know what Christchurch can be like. I've been here before when it's been 30 degrees one day and 15 the next. So Miranda's rolling to her hoop.
That black looks pretty.
It looks a bit deep.
Well, it's.
Well, I mean,
the yellow ball has gone a little bit past.
Yep.
Comfortable
so
hoop
she
making.
will be retiring back to her own ball. Okay, she goes back to her red ball.
Yep. I'd like to think she's given herself a rush to hoop. How do you mean? What's happened?
Well, she got nothing off that.
Oh, no. Hasn't really got a rush to anything here. So Debbie's playing the black ball, and it almost looks to me as though she's having a shot at red and yellow. And it started raining again. And Debbie's missed the red and yellow. So now there are 3 balls together.
Little
this is the
update
3rd time we've seen this situation. Oh, sorry, Nelson's going to give you an update on the other games.
Yeah, on the other games, Lorna is in play, Jenny is peg and penult, and Lorna is 1 and 3. On the Gabrielle and Heather game, Gabrielle is 1 and 3, and Heather Knight is 1 and 2 back.
Now
it's now raining again.
We're very grateful for our shelter now.
Now we've
We're very hopeful this is just a shower, but
yeah, I mean, according to the app, it's only supposed to be brief.
But
still,
Miranda's gone out there without any wet weather gear, so she probably understands the weather, and she's rushed that ball very nicely over to 2 from quite a long distance.
Yep, beautiful rush again. No, her rushing is very impressive.
So Miranda's got a nice deep ball, and yellow's right in front of the hoop. And it's been rejected.
Ooh, and it's been a big rejection again. These hoops are being very tricky.
Yeah, I have a suspicion that might not have been the hoop.
Let's see a replay
she
on
hit
that.
the leg. She hit the leg well and truly.
Yes, I think you did.
Yeah,
right.
she did.
Went
I mean,
straight into the wire.
So her swing's been not quite as true today as it was yesterday, because she made some magnificent hoops yesterday.
And I think Alison Sharp has just had a rejection from Rover again.
Oh, right.
And Alison Robinson has just hit in.
With red and
Red.
with...
She certainly has got a chance of actually going to the peg here if she wanted to.
Yeah.
But
I don't know that that's in her. I think she will probably go for a little more safety than that.
oh, great shot from Debbie.
Hits in.
Hits in a 20-yarder. Here comes the rain again.
Oh. Yes. Players are scuttling off the lawn to get wet with the gear as the rain has got harder. So all the efforts of the wind to dry the lawns out are currently being negated.
Lorna is still in play, and Lorna's in play, and Heather is in play.
We volunteered for this. So Debbie has just put red infield around hoop 2 and has got a rush down to 1 potentially, or she could go across to black. No, she's rushing it across to use black. It hasn't quite gone exactly where she wanted, but certainly the opportunity is still there. A lot of the success probably hinges on this shot and then the rush across, assuming she gets into that position across to hoop 1. That looks pretty good. But yeah, a foot or so short. Cuttable, but the hoop falls. Oh, yeah. She's
cut it across.
Cut it across, slightly overcut it probably, but
yeah, slightly. Yeah.
Still got a very workable position. Nelson, in terms of that there though, she didn't get position on the black to rush it in. She did try. She fell short. I don't know, I didn't see that, but So it looks as though Debbie's looking at a hoop approach, but with a wiring situation.
The rain seems to have stopped again.
Yeah, 4 seasons.
Oh, that really
look at
turned.
that,
I'm
that turned.
standing on the line of that, and it turned into the hoop.
Curled right round.
Yes, these lawns do have some anomalies to them, don't they?
For those of you that walk past Croquet lawns and admire the flatness of them and the wonderful lawn and everything else, they're not like that at all. Every now and then, lawns are created from using bowling greens, and they're well known as to be flat as a pancake by comparison. And in fact, here at United, there was a bowling club here which the Croquet Club got the use of, and it was, yeah. Now Miranda has just shot at yellow and not succeeded. Had she connected there, she'd have had a great opportunity, but and it's raining again. These must be very frustrating conditions for the players. Nelson's gone off-piste while he crunches away at chippies. Well, he is in ski jackets, and
I need fuel. Debbie's
so
noticed that nicely in front of the
Debbie's
hoop.
now got an approach to hoop 1, which sort of redeems the bad luck she had with the lawns in her last shot. Again, she's pushed black well forward and is about 18 inches in front of the hoop. I think she'll look to rush black across to red and yellow. Oh, that, yep,
She's through.
well
Touched the
through.
wires. And the rain is getting heavier.
We can now hear the rain on our
On our little tent.
gazebo,
whatever you want to call it.
that's the word. So Debbie's rushed the black ball across, sort of level with hoop 5, but towards the A balk, and will now load hoop 3 and go across to red and yellow.
On our adjacent lawn, Alison Sharp has just failed Rover for the 3rd time, and with Alison's ball about a foot away.
Ooh, that black ball's got a bit of pace on it, Nelson.
No, it's okay.
I'm suspecting that red will go down to hoop 3 to back that black up. So Debbie's now got to rush across to 2. She's put red down towards 3, but it's 6 or 7 yards away. She's not got a great rush across to 2, but she is in front of the hoop. But 10 yards away.
Yeah, she wants to get probably quite close to this hoop, seeing the rejections that it's had so far.
And she's gone well past the hoop. So possibly will retire to the number 3 corner, I suspect, which guards the shot of yellow onto black. That's the trouble with Apple phones, is they have to be charged all the time. Oh, that's... So Debbie's just hit back and connected with black and pushed black into the corner. More close to it, and blue's a couple of yards, meters away. Rain is easing off again.
Yep. Sky looks a little bit lighter. doesn't it?
And the weather's the main topic of conversation.
Yes, the game's sort of gotten into a bit of doldrums a little bit.
Yeah, it
hasn't
has, really, yeah.
So Amanda is shooting at red with yellow.
Miranda.
What did I say?
Amanda.
Oh, sorry, I know her name's Miranda. Wow. And she's hit.
Yes.
Yeah. So
That's possibly the first long Roki she's hit today, isn't it?
And she did hit it dead centre too.
Yeah.
Yes, I know her name is pretty well known. Her name is Miranda. I don't know. Slip of the tongue.
So Miranda's sort of got the opportunity now to go down to black and blue and create a break here.
Yep.
As the yellow ball is for hoop 2.
Yep. And she's got a good chance of actually getting something going here, hasn't she, really?
Yeah. What time are we stopping for lunch, Nelson?
What is it? It's now 12:10, isn't it? So,
Yes. It must be imminent.
must be. Alison Sharp is approaching Rover for about the 4th time, I think.
So Miranda's got a rushed 2,
And she's through. She will be so relieved at her 4th attempt.
And it's in the vicinity of 2. It's not ideal, but sure, it's retrievable.
Bit angled.
Slightly angled,
Yep.
but about 3 feet out.
Yep,
and straight
nicely right
through.
through to the boundary. Yeah. Yes, that's her.
That will be a confidence returning sort of shot, and she's got a very good rush right up probably to hoop 4.
Well, she'll
and
probably take it to well, either to 4 or to.
Or then, and then
yes.
go back to red and then
yes.
back down
Actually,
to black.
You're probably right. She can rush it more to 4 than to red. Anyway, she's hit it midfield, so she can send that to 4 and go to red.
Yeah. I imagine the lawns are slowed down considerably.
Well, even
Nelson.
that ball, it did look slower, didn't
Yeah.
it?
I'm just looking across the lawn. I can see
Yeah, and
Bonnie
she's done-
Johnson in full wet weather gear regalia.
That was beautifully done. She got
Yeah.
a lovely pioneer at 4, and she's got her rush on
Down
red
to-
back
down
to
to
black.
black.
Yep,
That
beautifully
was
executed,
a really good shot, that that one just before that rush.
wasn't it? Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, these last few shots, she's been playing some really,
Yeah.
real confidence boosting shots.
In the game next to us, Alison
She's peg and peg.
is peg and peg, and Alison Robinson is quite wide apart. 4 back and 5. Alison Sharp, sorry. Her name eluded me just briefly. And it looks like Alison is just setting herself up to peg out next shot. On our lawn, Miranda has just made 3 and has a rush on black back past red.
Yep.
And can now promote black into a useful midfield position.
Yep.
And
that
get
should now have a-
red down to blue and load 5.
Yes, and now they should have the balls in, good break
Yeah.
positions.
Yep. Got that rush into a nice position, relatively simple load to 5 and approach to the ball at 4.
Yep.
Yep. It's all
good.
very tidy. While not wishing to second guess the situation, I would presume that Miranda will be attempting to rush blue back down towards black and bring that into play. Nicely through that hoop.
Yep, through to the boundary again.
And she plays so quickly. There's no
Right.
no time spent lining balls up. She seems to have an eye whether she can just walk up to the ball and hit it. Almost. She does stalk it, but
Yeah, she gets her body and her feet very solidly on the ground.
Yeah.
And,
I'm not sure about this shot. In fact, I think it's going to make life quite difficult. I imagine she could take off to black and it's just landed in a difficult situation. And she's not...
no, just keep it simple, I think.
Yeah,
She can
But she's
rectify
got-
it after she's made 5. I think trying to do anything different at this
Yeah.
stage would be foolish.
I thought she could potentially take off to black, shift it in, and then to take off back down to red, which is
No,
how
I
might have
don't
seen
agree.
it.
No, I think keeping it simple like this is a much better way of.
Time will tell.
Allison's being red.
Yes, Alison Sharp has taken the first game against Alison Robinson. After
hoop
basically
five's been
three and
made.
three-quarter hours.
Red's been rushed into position where it can be used to load one back while going up to the blue.
And then getting that rush
and
up to black.
Getting that rush to black. And getting the balls back into a useful situation. Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
I do love that shot.
Yeah.
She's actually got a rush straight to 6 by the looks of it.
It does. Which she decided to take. I don't blame her. She had a perfect
And
rush to
she's got that really
go
nice.
Yeah. So now she'll take that blue out, rush it towards black, I should think.
Well, out to the line probably, so she can load 2 back. Oh no, she's not.
I think she is still. Yes, I think she's putting it that side, isn't she? No, she's not.
It's pretty.
Oh yes, she
Oh
is.
yeah.
It's
hard
funny
to tell.
how from here you see a completely different angle. you
Yeah.
know. Yep, rushing it where I thought she would. So now she can
And now
actually send
she's
that to
two
back.
back.
And get her rush on
Yeah.
black
And she's
to red.
and she's created an obstacle-free path as well.
Which is also always a good consideration.
This is quite a big shot. This to get it accurately is quite difficult.
But she plays those shots again extremely well.
So
It's a little
coming
bit
out,
short.
It's a bit short,
Yeah,
but
she's
I
able to actually put a double load if she
Yeah.
wants to here.
Well, perhaps not.
But
She'll certainly have a good.
She'll have a good
centre
midfield ball.
midfield ball. So. So a nice rush into one back. And that's very, very well placed to make the hoop running as simple as possible. Yep, one back is run. Now, again, she's in a position, she's got a couple of options here. She could just put red into the centre and then use black to load 3 back, and I suspect that's probably, oh no, it's red's going down towards 3 back. It's a bit short.
Again, a bit of a double load situation.
Yeah,
again,
I think so, yeah. Although this requires a very sharp stop shot here.
Ooh, was
She
a
could
little
have
short on
given
that.
could have given that a little bit more of
Yeah.
a punch. But again,
lovely cut. She does
so
do her
accurately
cuts
in,
very
yeah.
accurately, doesn't she?
Yeah. I bet she's played snooker in the past.
We'd have to ask her. She's been in the snooker halls.
Probably a misspent youth. There is now quite a strong women's snooker circuit, Nelson.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. In
That's
fact, there are some women now competing with the men.
Really? Yeah. But like in darts.
Yeah.
The other lawns, Lorna's making some good progress on her lawn against Jenny. She's now approaching one back, and she's 5 with the other, and Jenny is still on peg and Penalt.
So Morena's got a slightly non-standard situation in terms of creating a leave here. She's likely to be making 3 back with her own ball. So it's likely to be a... Oh, she's actually put black right down to 4 back, as though she's going to carry on, not stop it at 4 back. Is that how you see it, Nelson?
Well, I wouldn't. I wonder why she would put black up there if she's
Yeah.
not going to continue with her break. Didn't she do this yesterday?
She did a couple of times, actually.
But then again, she was playing a different opponent. I would
Yeah.
have thought against Debbie, it's not perhaps the. It's you're obviously you're always weighing up your opponent as well,
Exactly.
as the conditions and
And the rain started again.
and the rain started again.
So it looks to me as though she's rushed red across so that she can load Penalt and go to blue. And she's certainly set it up.
She's certainly setting it for a fierce.
So against a player of this calibre, that's a very interesting tactic.
It is. But perhaps also her thinking is that I'd rather do a very defensive leave, that therefore, not doing a normal leave, whereas if they hit, they've actually got something on the lawn. This way, even if Debbie hits, there won't be a lot on the lawn for her. And it's good. It's good to see players also mix things up a bit.
Oh,
not
very
do
much so.
the standard
It's,
thing all the time.
It's good to watch different tactics. So she's now approaching 4 back using the black ball, and she's got pretty good position, really. It'll be interesting to see what happens to the black ball after she's made this, because
It's going to be interesting to see what her leave is like.
yeah, it looks like she's going to send it up to Rover. Perhaps not.
Will she go
She's
to
got
Rover, or will she
she's-
go to the peg?
Well, I don't know. I'd have thought she would have hit black slightly more softly so that she could load Rover.
Perhaps she's looking at her leave already, starting to
Yep.
position the balls where she wants them for her leave.
So obviously got a cunning plan for black. So black's been put over by very close to 2. And that's blue's hoop, isn't it?
It is.
That's the blue clip on top there.
She's obviously going to be making Penalt off blue.
And she's given away a contact. So she's got a bit of work to do to get
explaining
things.
to anybody who doesn't realise is that she's made one
I
back
think
and 4 back in the same turn.
I think blue's going to go out into that corner, and then she's got access to black. Is my interpretation.
Looks the way.
Yes, so it certainly doesn't look as though she's going to rover.
Yep, she's rushing that out towards corner 2, which means she'll probably leave that ball there and get a rush on black.
Up to black. Possibly put black up to corner 1. Do you think? No, because she's got. It's not going to be, given where black is, it's not going to be easy to get a rush anywhere else.
No.
Although she has. So
Yeah, she's rushing it down towards
the line by hoop 4.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see what she does. She's got a few options here.
Yep.
She can either rush red out into number 3 corner or across here beside hoop 1 and then it's going to be difficult to get that ball to a meaningful line.
I think she was trying to get a rush on that to corner 3 perhaps.
Yeah. Would have been simpler to get it to rush it out to this way, wouldn't it?
She at least rushed it to the boundary.
And I imagine she'll just put that down the line towards number 3 corner.
Yeah. And then she can put her yellow ball into a
here.
corner. No, she's happy to leave it there.
Good lord. Ooh.
So this coming into yellow's coming into corner 1.
You might have to explain that one to me, Nelson.
So she really wants to play blue. And yellow goes into the corner.
So
on the other
end
lawn,
of
Lorna
Miranda's
is
turn.
approaching
She's
3 back.
got her yellow ball
Very
on
nice
rover,
break.
and
And her other ball
red
is
ball
for
is still on
5,
1.
so she'll be doing a leave, I should think. And on the other lawn, they have adjourned for lunch. On the other 2 lawns, they've adjourned for lunch.
Debbie wants to play the blue ball.
Are they stopping for lunch? Yes.
So it looks
I
like
think our
we're going
players
to
might be
be
stopping for
given a
lunch.
reprieve
Yep,
for the weather.
So that's great. So we will sign off for the moment, and we will see you back after lunch. The only game in progress at the moment is Lorna and Jenny, and unfortunately, I may have the commentator's curse, but Lorna has actually blobbed 3 back. So they may be adjourning for lunch as well. I'm not sure. Okay, see you after lunch. When you're ready. Okay, Kiora, we are back, and unfortunately we were having our lunch break, and Debbie has taken her contact. I don't see quite what she did, but I think she must have picked up blue and gone to black and red, but she seems now to have finished her turn. She's just making a leave, and her clip positions are 3 and 4 back. Miranda, 1 and Rover. So Debbie is just making a leave. So she's leaving herself a rush to hoop 3. So Miranda's contact didn't give Debbie a lot, and Miranda is shooting with her red ball at the ball in corner 1. And she misses, but both balls will be in the corner. So Miranda has 2 balls in corner 1, and Debbie is now taking her rush to hoop 3. Unfortunately, the temperature hasn't improved. It's still very cold. Debbie is taking off down to these 2 balls in corner 1. She's done, and done very nicely. No, it's still very cool here, and but the rain has stopped, but there's just very icy wind. I couldn't tell whether she actually hit both balls at the same time or whether she actually did make contact with the red first, but we'll see from where she if she hit them both at the same time.
Nelson is here. Yeah.
She obviously hit the red ball first. If she'd hit both balls at the same time, she could have made the choice. So she now gets her rush on the yellow ball up to hoop 3. Yep, looks a very, very nice rush. Good distance and perfect angle, so she's, I can't quite tell, but it looks like a couple of feet in front of hoop 3. No, just slightly to the side, actually. So she's doing a little split to get him. Oh no, a little takeoff actually. So that's a little split the way she was playing it, but it was actually just a takeoff. So she runs hoop 3. She's still got a bit of work to do to get some sort of breakout, but she will be building her break slowly, putting yellow to 5 and getting a rush on black to 4. I have lost my co-commentator. He's gone on a coffee run, just something to warm us up. Be interesting here to see whether Debbie goes for a one hoop peel at Rover and pegs out possibly, 2 balls here, which would mean Miranda would be on 1 and Debbie would be on 4 back. It certainly would be I think a good tactic. Yes, she nicely threw hoop 4. A lengthy return Roki, but Debbie has been hitting very well today. Yes, sorry to commentator's curse again. She has been hitting very, very well. Unfortunately, she missed that ball, so we won't be seeing any peels going on in this turn. I'm sure many of us have been in that situation. You get the long return Roquet, and you miss. I think it's sometimes something that goes on in your head. So Miranda shoots at her red ball and misses it by a slice of paper. So Miranda's got 2 balls in, 1 ball in the corner, and another ball about a couple of feet away. Perhaps has given Debbie a bit of a double in coming from with black. Only problem with shooting with that, it does make it easier for red. At the moment, red does not have a rush in field, and red is the ball that Miranda wants to play. Obviously, Debbie is she's quite keen on the shot, but she realises the dangers that do lurk there.
Either large or small.
My co-presenter has returned with wonderful hot coffees, so he will be back.
If you want to grab anyone else.
Lovely, thank you. Yep, thank you.
Just have this cookie while
He's also brought a cookie for himself. Right. and Debbie is shooting. Let's see what the result of the shot is. And she hits the red. So it was a very, very good shot. It obviously was a good target, which is what tempted her. But at the same time, as I was saying earlier, if she had missed it. I'd say about there. Unfortunately, we didn't see it because they started before we got back here. But Debbie didn't get anything off it other than she used the balls, but only set and didn't actually use the ball that was in corner one here. And then Debbie then did get in. She made 2 hoops and missed the return Roki after 4. And now she's just hit in after Miranda missed coming into corner 1. So she's getting herself a rush towards towards the east boundary and towards blue. Yep, beautifully executed. Very solid contact. Yep. No, it's really it's very noticeable with both these players. They're both very good at rushing balls, and even with their cut rushes, both do them extremely well. So it'd be interesting to see what Debbie does here. She's obviously can use ball. She can carry on and make her break with black. Will she make 2 hoops? Will she make 3? Will she attempt a peel? What would you be doing here, Peter?
I'm still consuming
As my mother said, don't speak with your mouth full. So, and Debbie is going to make 4 back with black.
I don't think there's the potential here really for a peel on yellow.
No,
given that red's very much on the balk line,
yeah.
I think that'll be her main
I
consideration.
think she'll probably make Penalt before she comes to the red, though, don't you?
Well, the balls are all there, so
Yeah.
I'd have to say, Nelson, that little bit of exercise that I've just had searching for coffees on your behalf has certainly
you up.
warmed me up a bit. The other thing here, Nelson, is that I think there's an issue with perhaps Debbie making rover, and that it makes her vulnerable to for a peg out.
If it was me, I would not be making a rover.
Mm.
I would stay the rover.
I'd be probably looking for a single peel finish.
Exactly. No, as I just said, I don't think I always had my mic near me, but I would not be making rover at this stage. I think I would be inclined to stop at rover and make sure that I have removed the red ball from the balk position.
She's through Penalt.
Yep.
Interesting to see how she deals with this red ball.
Yep, she just decided to rush that out to the boundary, and I imagine she would take off down to red.
I'm sort of a bit surprised at that, actually. I thought it would be better left in the middle. Although she's going to take off. And
Well,
if it's
perhaps she's going to place red more into the middle,
Hmm.
because then she can go to blue.
Yeah.
Even though red is the ball that Miranda wants to play.
Hmm.
Yep, she's done a nice takeoff down to
Yeah.
red. She just needs to get near it.
One of the issues with being surrounded by trees is that invariably there's a bit of debris on the lawn.
Yep, she hits red very nicely, and now I'm sure she'll take both balls back in field.
So
Is she going to hit the blue? I think she...
no, it's
stopped.
falling short.
If it carried on, it would have.
It did keep going, but then that's what she was playing for.
Yeah, absolutely. So she is stopping at rover. As we
I'm assuming that Debbie's left-handed, the way she played that shot. Her left hand was the one that was down the mallet.
I'm right-handed, but I play left-handed.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I haven't noticed which. So her left hand is the lower
It was
hand.
the
is
one
it?
that was down the bottom of the
Yeah.
mallet. I just noticed then.
Yes, there's a lot of players who are actually right-handed but play
So
left-handed.
you're right-handed, but you would have gone down with your left
I
hand.
play left-handed, yes. But it just feels the most natural. You know.
Perhaps you're confused, Nelson.
I know.
That's what my teachers told me.
Confused.com. So Debbie is making a leave, obviously trying to make the shot as difficult as possible for Miranda.
It's difficult to tell from here whether red has a shot on yellow.
It is.
Directly.
I would say it probably does.
Yeah.
But whether she's now looking to make sure that the red does not have a shot at black and blue, can't quite tell. But she's certainly looking not to give any sort of double. Okay, so Debbie has played. So Debbie is now for Rover and Penalt.
No. Rover and 5. Surely.
You're right, Rover and 5. Why did I think
I don't know
that?
where you got Penalt
I
from.
don't know. Oh, that's where she started the break, was on Penalt. So I was back in time. Now, of course, she failed after 4. She came. That's why the clip is on 5. Looks like it's a tempting shot for Miranda. She misses.
Through the gap again.
Certainly doesn't wait around for those shots, does she?
No.
She just goes up
Steps in and hits
it.
Oh, Phil's teeth. Wind's turned round a bit.
It has.
You haven't got a shelter for this.
No, that's right. So, Debbie has slightly overcooked that. She can cut it over, but it was a little bit. She was just. I think she concentrated a bit too much on trying to get red in field, and therefore slightly over played her blue. But she's cut it quite nicely.
Making sure to hit the cut. Making sure to hit the cut this time.
That's right, exactly. So is she going to go back and get the red after making 5? It doesn't look so from where she's placing the balls.
Hard to tell. No, she's possibly going to go over to yellow.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? I thought it would have been more beneficial to have gone over and used red, but... And she's through the hoop. And she's got
a rush.
I wouldn't say she's got a rush to.
She's got a rush to
6.
1. She's got a rush to 6 or 1 back, and from there she should be able to get across to 6. Yeah.
Yeah, she's rushed it to 1 back. Therefore, she can take off from that to
Well,
yellow.
I think she'll roll the black up, and in an ideal world, aim for the hoop.
Or she could just do a thickish takeoff.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. It's looking like a thickish takeoff. Yeah, she's certainly going to hit into black to some extent.
Yep, she's got a
That
nice
looks pretty
rush now
smart.
to 6. So she's rushing yellow over to 6.
And once again, a very accurate rush. And nicely in position, and it looks as though she's going to go and collect red. Ooh. Not sure that's what she was looking for. She got through the hoop, but she caught the hoop quite markedly.
Peter, I'll just give a few updates on the other lawns.
Yeah, I think
Jenny
Jenny's
has
finished
her match, and so she is the first semi-finalist. She won it in 2. And on the match between Gabrielle and Heather, Heather is penult and 2, and Gabrielle is 1 and 3 back. And the 2 Allisons are basically still all on hoop 1.
So we're now going to see a shot which loads 2 back, and I'm assuming we'll go down to red and then down, taking the passage back to black at 1 back for Debbie.
Yep. I mean, it would be nice to have got the rush on the red, but
Yeah.
Now she's got a long takeoff, and black is not that far off the boundaries. It probably,
No.
probably only might be a couple of yards. Yeah.
Yeah. While it's currently not raining, there is still water in the air,
It's Arctic.
as I noticed on my walk back from the coffee run. So she's taken off from red and got down to black without gaining a massive advantage in terms of a rush. So she's got about a 6 or 7 yard approach to this hoop.
Yeah.
And a very good pioneer at 2 back.
I mean, if she plays this shot well, she has certainly got a chance of finishing the game and the match in this turn.
And she's got a certain amount of freedom here in terms of going for the shot, because she's got it with her own ball.
Yeah. Which is always, we always seem to have
A
more
comfort
freedom.
stop.
Yes, it's always more comfortable playing with your partner ball.
she's failed that hoop, but looks as though she's right in front of it.
Not sure. It seemed to bounce out a little bit to the side. It's a bit hard to tell, really, from this angle. I don't know whether the other camera can go in on that, see what the angle is there. Yes, no, she caught both wires there. So Miranda is coming back onto the lawn. She's just checking what the position of the blue is like.
She's potentially wide from her own ball. Here, I'm not sure.
Doesn't look like
no,
it.
It looks like she's going for that.
Blue must be able to run the hoop, I would think. Oh no, she's decided to go for the black. And she misses.
That's
so now we'll see whether Debbie can actually run this one back or not.
Yeah,
I think you're dead right. I think it's dead in front. Oh, that wind. I'm sure the temperature's dropped to about 5 now. See what yes, it's temperature's dropped down to 16, but it feels a lot colder.
So Debbie has rushed the black ball into corner 2, and I'm presuming we'll look to get a rush on yellow over to red and then re-establish a 3-ball break. Yes, looks like she's done that. So she's given herself the opportunity to continue to stay on the lawn.
Yep, she can now send that yellow to 3 back and get her rush on red to 2 back.
Bearing in mind that she has to keep in mind that she has just made a lift hoop.
That's right.
She's fallen a bit short of that.
Yes, unusual shot. Not quite how. They played that shot a bit differently, isn't that? Anyway, she's certainly got the right angle on the cut.
Yeah, that's for real.
But not quite enough power.
Well, that was an awkward one, that if she happened to slip past it, it was on the balk line.
Oh, I agree. I think she will be making a lead here. I don't think she's going to roll that to her hoop. It would be a very dangerous manoeuvre.
Take a very confident player to take that on, really.
Well, confident is one word you could use. I'm sure I could think of some others.
Yeah, but we're being positive today, Nelson. We're being positive.
Positive, yes. We have to think positively and speak positively.
I think the black ball is slightly up the line from corner 2 towards hoop 1, and I'm thinking she may be looking at just going into the corner, so she's got to rush up to
Absolutely,
2 back.
yeah. It's definitely out of the corner.
Yeah.
But she obviously doesn't want to leave a double for
No,
for
which is
Miranda
why
either.
red's been put in the position it
It
is.
has been, yeah.
Don't hit black, and it hasn't hit black.
She's obviously talking to the balls very nicely because they did what she...
I didn't hear her say please at all.
Don't you? No. Yes, sometimes you do have to sweet talk the balls, don't you?
It's never actually worked for me, Nelson.
You're not using the right language.
Is that what it is?
So I think basically Miranda has a single ball shot at black and blue.
She has got a lift.
Oh, she has. Of course she has. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Not that I haven't said that loudly enough for her to hear.
Yeah,
but
no, that's right. But I'm sure Miranda
she'll
would
take the short shot at blue and black.
I don't think Miranda would forget a live shot. This
People
juncture.
do.
People do, yes. We've all done it.
My good friend Terry Price, whenever there's a lift in the offing, he pulls a marker out and pricks his thumb with it until such time as it's his turn. He
While
calls
he's
it
in pain. The pain releases.
He calls it his little prick.
So we've got a good shot here on the screen where we're actually really seeing
And she's gone past that.
Miranda
ball
missed
again.
that. Yep. No, that was a good camera angle there. We could really see the direction of the ball.
However, our screen's sufficiently temperamental for us not to be able to see
our
it.
Screen
all the
we
time.
have, or we have not really a screen. Our monitor here. It flashes in and out every 3 or 4 seconds, so it's quite. It's black 1 minute and then flashing, and so it's a bit irritating, really.
Just as you're about to see the shot,
It goes off. So Debbie has a rush to 2 back, which she's done
and it looks
very nicely.
pretty nicely played. About now, Miranda must be wondering what she can do to pull this game in.
Nicely in front of 2 back. And again, I think she'll be looking at trying to go right through to the boundary.
Just looking at the angle that would give her a rush to yellow.
She certainly hit hard enough for it to go through to the boundary, but the ball was gripped by the hoop.
It's a couple of feet.
Yeah, but anyway, she will be pleased that she has made it, and
that she's got a shot on black.
And she has a shot on black.
Oh, the referee's the referee's coming out though.
Oh, yes.
So perhaps it's more hampered than it looks from here.
Ah.
She's also taken off her jacket, which means it must be getting warmer. I wish I had more evidence of it.
But the wind has dropped a bit. It certainly has dropped a little.
Briefly.
Yep,
Yes,
nicely
and she
hit.
hit that in the middle.
Yeah. No trouble there, really. I mean, it was more, I think... It's just when you've got a slightly hampered shot, you know, you're much better to call the
More
referee
in deference to her opponent, really.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think she had much doubt that she was going to hit that. And we have, you know, a lot of referees here, and it's always good to give them something to do occasionally.
Something to do, yes.
Keeps them awake.
Now that black ball's going at pace.
That is travelling. It is travelling. It is going off.
It has travelled.
It is off. Yes,
So
that's the end of Debbie's turn, and so she now is 3 back and Rover, and Miranda is still on hoop 1 with red, and Rover with
But she
yellow.
does have a nice rush to Rover that she may not want.
No. It's a pity. She's, I mean, I'm sure she won't complain. She's going to be able to get back in.
Well, yeah,
But
the
of course
innings is important.
But she's playing with the ball she doesn't want to play with.
Yeah.
She'd rather have it be red.
Yeah.
But so she'll be just setting a leave, I should think.
I don't doubt that Debbie was aware of that. That's why she probably left red there.
Keep it out of play.
Yeah. Sorry? It wasn't great coffee, but it had hints. So it looks as though Miranda's taking off to go down to red. And she'll set herself up a shot. She's ignoring black for the time being.
Yep.
She's putting
Leaving blue at her
at 1,
at her
which
hoop.
means blue's probably got to play anyway. I don't know that the Debbie going out had anything to do with the lawn speeding up.
No, she hit it quite firmly.
It was a very robust shot.
It was. The lawns haven't actually been cut for 4 days, so they
Is
are
that right?
No.
Do you know when they're mowing them again?
They're mowing the 2 lawns for the semi-finals, which will be on lawns 1 and 2 tonight, and then lawn 5 will be cut for the final for Saturday.
So
tomorrow
the other
night.
lawns aren't being mown, or
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think they're fast enough for the, obviously for the what's being. It's the bowl that's being played on 5 and 6 at the moment. Only three matches because Claire Bassett had to withdraw.
Oh, of course. That's reduced it again, hasn't it?
Yeah. So Shirley Howlett, immediately was given a bye into the semi-final of the bowl.
So Debbie's eyeing up the possibilities here of, and it looks like she's taking a slightly defensive position, putting her blue ball on the east boundary, roughly halfway up. No, she's now going into corner 4, which is even more defensive. So Miranda has a rush to hoop 1 with a red ball, but a lot of work to do. She's rushed the ball up. It's 4 or 5 yards away from the hoop and north of the hoop and out to the side of it, so it's a testing takeoff or small split, thick takeoff, I suspect. No, she's taking position to perhaps have a better go at the hoop and a chance to put her pioneer ball in a more advantageous position. So presumably she's left a single ball for blue and black's got a very long shot. Probably diagonally, almost diagonally the length of the lawn. So Debbie looks as though she's hitting at blue, but she may just be hitting up the lawn. It's difficult to tell from here. No, she's going for blue. And she's just missed that. So the issue from Miranda's point of view is that she can make hoop 1, but she's got a situation where to get to hoop 2 she's got to rush from corner 4.
So Miranda rushes to hoop 1. Little takeoff.
So she's not taking off, she's not pushing the yellow ball over to the other side of the hoop, so she's heading towards the other 2 balls. She's just, in fact, she's clipped the yellow ball as she made the hoop.
Ooh,
this is going to be a
fantastic
big split.
Big split.
Once again, wonderful shot if it comes off, but she has got a bit of a target over in corner 4 as that's
Very
well
nice
played.
execution, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, okay, yeah, it's a little bit deep, but I mean, I think we would both be happy with that shot.
Still well, yes.
And she's got a good target in corner 4.
Hit blue first.
I think it was blue first, yes.
She may have a cannon here, I'm not sure, but I don't know that the cannon's much advantage to her. In this
Cannon out of
situation.
corner 4
Getting
going to
to
2
corner.
is not
great.
great. No. I mean, he certainly can bring the other ball in field, but
you know, the real issue is making sure she gets down to hoop 2.
absolutely. Will she play a banana cannon?
Well, that would be, I think that would be just about my choice.
No, it doesn't look like black's in the corner, actually, from the way she's playing
Oh,
this.
is that right?
Well, look how she's playing it. Yeah. Now she has to put blue in field. I mean, a yard in. And she's got the rush on black. Yeah, no, obviously black was not out, wasn't in the corner. Yep, she's rushed that.
She's got that past the first obstacle.
Yep, and
pretty well done.
Yeah,
Gone slightly wide.
but even so,
but,
it's still a very good effort.
Given the distance required, it was a great effort. And given that she also had to miss hoop 4 on the way,
Yep,
she probably had to aim to that position anyway.
that's right.
See how positive we're being? Sorry? See how positive we're being?
I haven't been listening in.
Oh, I'm shattered.
Good.
I'm shattered.
So uncharacteristic for you.
So she rolls to her hoop and
she's
got fairly good position.
Pretty good position there.
Slightly
really.
angled, but I think
although, as we said, we've
trying
seen
to take this right through to the boundary.
Yep.
She more or less
has done. No, we've been positively quiet.
Just listening in.
So she's got a good rush here.
I'm not sure whether she.
Yep, she's
she is
taking the
going
rush down to blue.
No, I think it's just to the hoop. I think it's just going to go to the hoop.
Yeah, you're right. Yep.
And then a takeoff back to yellow.
I would think so.
No, I can't see much advantage in going to blue.
No, I can't either. And getting behind that would be a little risky.
Yes. But in saying that, what do we know?
We said that in unison. We must be becoming more and more in sync, Peter.
Exactly. I guess it enables her to make sure that black stays close to the hoop.
Yeah, and I suppose to take off from there, if we take off from black, there isn't much difference really, is there? It's a bit longer.
Well, it's a bit longer, but it also has the advantage of pushing blue across towards
Absolutely, yep.
hoop 4, so she can make hoop 4 and then pick blue up after that.
Yep. So she can really bring it in a little bit.
But I put this as one of the more difficult takeoffs.
Yep. It's the full length of the lawn, really, isn't it?
Pretty well, and to get past yellow.
Yep.
Well, she's giving it every chance.
Oh, I think that's might be going out.
She's given it.
That may have just stayed on.
We're unsure as to the position of the red ball. Hold on.
Can we see from our
Go
monitor?
back. Bloody monitor. And
It's in.
It's in.
It's in. It's in about 2 feet. Yeah, about 2 feet in. Wonderful shot. Fantastic shot, in fact.
Well, more fantastic would have been about 6 feet further up. But again, she has created the opportunity.
Yep. And in this game, it's all about creating opportunities.
And she's splitting this ball. And I think that's
short.
No, in an ideal Miranda world, in the circumstances, blue and black could be wired.
I don't think so. They look open to me.
Certainly Miranda's about to check that.
You could be right. They could be wide, possibly. Anyway, I think seeing what Miranda does now will actually tell us whether if they are wired.
If they're
or not.
wired, I'm presuming she'd put the ball in hoop running position and take her chances. Don't know, that's me being a 12 bisker, of course. No, she's running away.
Coming into corner one, just outside corner one. You've noticed that on the whole, Miranda doesn't put her balls in the corner, she puts them in the
No,
corners.
well, of course, as we have suggested in the past.
Yes.
Now, Debbie wants to play the blue ball, is that correct?
She wants to play the blue ball, that's correct. This blue is for 3-back.
For 3-back. And there's an indication of the wind.
She may be just going to lay herself a rush.
I don't know. Yeah.
There's no huge advantage in actually going for the blue and missing it, is it?
Well, no, there'd be a disadvantage, really. Because then
That's
she'd
what
be
I was-
hitting.
That's what I was inferring.
But we'll see. These women have proved us wrong in the past.
They
so
have, and I'm sure they shall continue to do so.
But it looks to me like she's aiming to hit the ball. And yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't say she wasn't going for the ball.
Yeah.
So she obviously had a free shot at an
Laying
open
yourself a rush
shot.
there would not have, been.
Well, not the worst result, that's for real. But I think she was I mean, if she had hit the ball, then she could have a much more controlled situation in terms of getting a rush.
If.
So it looks like Miranda's coming down with yellow to number 1 corner, aiming at red.
No, it's drifting. No, she has missed. In fact, I think the rush will be for the yellow, not in red.
So it looks like Debbie's going to play the black ball and come over, separate these 2 balls, and then set herself up with a rush to 3-back. She's hit it into roughly midfield along the line.
Have we seen any defensive shots in this match?
Yeah, Debbie went into corner 4 when Miranda had that rush out of corner 2.
She did too. That's true. But there's certainly not been many.
Oh no, it's been very positive croquet, really. Interesting there that Debbie's hit the red ball on the basis that it will stay in this corner.
Stay out of play.
Out of play, and yellows.
I think she's going to go and make her over hoop here.
You reckon?
why not?
Well,
Stage,
yeah.
you know, and then she's only got to run those 4 hoops. She's not making.
Well, that's right. And she's on the homeward run, really.
Also, you know, being a game up gives you that sort of.
Well, you got a buffer.
Yeah, doesn't it?
That ball's, in Debbie's terms, has ended up on the wrong side of the rover hoop.
Yeah.
But it's not a long takeoff.
It's not ideal.
They never are. But making this hoop now kind of simplifies the finishing of the game.
It does. And she can leave quite a
Yeah, she can get a strong leave.
strong leave, absolutely, and also it'll be yellow that'll be playing and not red.
It's interesting though, you often play these shots and you believe you've forced the issue to have people play a particular ball, but because they specifically want to play the other ball, they play it anyway.
Yes,
and it often leads to a favourable result for them. That looks a little angly, but about a foot out. And
she tried to sort of slightly jump
that, yeah.
and of course it caught the near wire.
That must have been more angly than we thought.
Yeah, but she did try to jump it.
Yeah, which, I mean, she wouldn't have tried to jump it if it wasn't.
Watch it again here, look. Yep, and it hit the near wire.
Yeah. So can Miranda see it?
She's certainly weighing it up.
I think she may have to go through the hoop to hit that. Oh no.
Oh no, no trouble at all.
I'm not quite sure what she was looking at when she walked up to the shot.
Anyway, it was wise of Debbie not to have taken the red ball across to there and used the yellow.
Which, if you like, is a form of defensive play.
It is, yes. Well, no, it's intelligent play.
Yeah, intelligent defence. So she'll take off from here down to blue.
Yep.
And then, although she doesn't really want blue to play here, does she?
I think having both balls in field is probably an advantage for her.
Nelson's just out checking the status of the other games. And Miranda's pushing blue right down to hoop 3. And coming across to red, but she's got about a 7 or 8 yard shot at it. I'm not sure whether she'll just put yellow in position.
Just give you an update, Peter, on the Gabrielle-Heather match. Gabrielle is 4 back and 2, and Heather is peg and 3.
Oh, righto, so fairly finely poised. No, she's not going for the ball, she's just going to the line. with a rush up towards black. I'm assuming from what she's done is that blue and black are wired.
Blue and black are wired.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, I can't tell, but
it certainly looks likely. Debbie's going to check. It looks like it's not. She is shooting at, and she's able to play the blue ball, which is her ball for a 3-back. And it's not actually that far away, really, is it?
No, it's a 15-yarder, perhaps.
Yep.
And she's hit that.
Yep.
And for those of you that are perhaps not familiar with the game, I appreciate that we are a metric society these days, but the game of croquet has the imperial measurements enmeshed in it, and it's very difficult to get yourself out of the habit of using imperial terms like yards and feet and so on.
Yes, you can't imagine lining the ball in, it's not even a metre.
0.9
Because
of a metre,
it'd be, was it 0.92? Or
Yeah,
something?
0.9 something.
Yeah.
But a croquet lawn is, and we'll just wait for a shot here. Yeah.
28 by 35 yards.
Yeah, croquet lawn is 35 yards by 28 yards, and it doesn't convert comfortably into metres. So for us to say it's 0.9 of a metre in, or 22.1 metres as a shot is foreign. And both Nelson and myself are of a sufficient age where the imperial measurements come easily.
Yes, and pensions and pence.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, I remember doing my school certificate in pound, shillings and pence,
well,
and my
yes.
university entrance in metric.
Is that right? 67.
67, yes.
I was already at university.
Must
By
be
then,
very young.
well, I was 17 when I started.
17, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I was still at school at 17.
Well, I'd left school, but
You're in 1950, baby, aren't you?
49.
Oh. So you are older than me. I'm in 1950.
Oh, well, that explains your issue with the metric. The decimal currency.
Yeah, that was my last year of school, was,
Yeah.
when they changed.
And my first year...
Was it the 6th of July this year or something?
Oh, I can't remember.
We
But
had that slogan.
yeah, all I remember is that we changed the decimal currency and we went to 10 o'clock closing.
That's right.
All in the same year. Not, of course, being 17 or 18 that I was allowed to take advantage of such things.
Yes, you can't believe that pubs closed at 6 p.m. up until 1967. Seems so archaic now, doesn't it?
There was such a thing as the 6 o'clock swill, in which you consumed as much alcohol as you could after work.
For 1 hour.
For an hour.
Yes. and all those drunk people rolled into the street at 6 o'clock.
I used to sell newspapers on the street in Hawera, of all places, on the corner, and we had one corner that had 3 pubs, and you'd every now and then run through the bar completely illegally because we were well and truly under 21, trying to flog these newspapers off.
Yes. So Debbie's taking off the red ball to yellow.
I don't think she'll be attempting anything
Nope,
too
anything
delicate
fancy.
here.
Nope.
So she's now got a reasonably large roll shot where I suspect she'll be attempting to load penultimate and get a rush on black across to 4 back. Yeah, she's got the line right. At the distance, she's gone a bit far. Oh, she's put yellow over to 4 back.
Isn't she for fullback?
Yeah, but I mean, she's put yellow over to 4 back. I assumed yellow would go to penult. And she's potentially got a cut rush across
She
to
has,
4 back
yes.
here.
She certainly can attempt to cut rush here on black to fullback. But she's done.
And
Yes, a bit harder than she
perhaps
wanted.
It would have been handy for it to collide in the right direction
With
against yellow.
Yes, sometimes those little bits of luck really, really help you. What's she going to do here?
Unsure. I think she's just jostling for position.
She really wanted that deeper than that.
Yeah. And she's indicating she's not happy.
A little thump on the ground.
Well, a couple of thumps on the ground, actually. Someone's playing with our computer.
Yes, I don't know quite what they're doing.
They've gone into Google for some reason or other. Internet speed
I
test.
think it's they're just having a little problem with the monitor. I don't know if we have lost screen or not.
Well, currently we certainly have, but
So she's gone back behind the black ball. Not really a rush to. Really pointing more at the peg, isn't it? Really?
yeah. May be able to be cut across to 4 back. I think she's probably looking at using other balls.
Anyway,
And
Miranda
she's-
will be moving the yellow ball. I wouldn't be
I
surprised she has a shot at those.
Blue's likely to be guarding the black ball.
Yes, that is the problem. If she does miss this, it really gives Debbie a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But as we've seen before, these ladies do not shy away
To
from
hell from
a
being-
shot.
Yeah. And she's gone.
It's okay. Internet issues. The speed, upload speed.
But we're still live, are we?
Yeah, but it's not. It's staggered at the moment.
She missed it, she.
So she went. She missed the black ball.
That was
so
it was a brave shot, I think. I really do.
Well-
Would you have taken on that shot?
Well, if it had been red, I might have. Yeah, because...
but she wasn't going to gain a lot, you know.
No.
It's yellow. I don't know. It just... I don't think I would have. I would have played more the patience game.
Well, Debbie didn't really have a scoring rush.
No.
At all.
No.
Again, we've been proved wrong.
Wrong, yeah.
Again, we've been proved wrong.
Wrong, yes. Perhaps the running of the hoop isn't as... what a beautiful hit in. Fantastic. Oh, great shot. I mean, it's not the ball she wants to play, but, you know, it means that she can now reset the lawn, make sure that black and blue are well separated, and...
the innings is king. The innings is king.
The innings is king. That's dead right. I'm not sure we're live somehow.
Yeah, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will, I presume that is going to say, expect intermittent coverage or something along those lines.
So we may be talking for nothing, and I'm sure she'll have a wonderful time doing a little commentary.
Yeah. Nelson obviously now frozen to death and is vacating the... Hi, Carolina. I don't think I've met you.
Hello, Peter.
I don't think I've met you.
Hello, Peter.
I mean, obviously I've played Edmund from time to time, but...
Well, he's my coach, and he's been encouraging me.
Oh, great.
He has said he's super proud of me. My goal for this event was just to qualify, and so when the qualifying got cancelled and I found myself in the main event, I had to find some new goals.
Yeah. So in your terms, how have you gone?
I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot from making mistakes.
Don't we all?
And so some days when things weren't going well, learning to reset and persevere and try to... well, Edmund's advice to me was to keep it simple and not stress too much about...
things not going right.
Yeah, and take it one hoop at a time, and if you can get time on the lawn, then eventually you'll be able to manipulate things.
So just as an update on this game, obviously Miranda has successfully cross-wired blue and black across hoop 3, and black is now shooting at the 2 balls, and she's just missed. So that gives Miranda...
That was double clever, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because she forced her to play the black ball.
Yes.
And made her make the long shot. And it's things like that that I've been learning about when to shoot at a double that's been presented or when to corner.
Yeah.
Can't say I've got that right. But
well, these girls seem reluctant to ignore the shot as opposed to playing a defensive shot. They both... I think we've seen one shot that was deliberately defensive.
Yes.
In the whole of this game and a half.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
And they've gone sometimes for shots that were, well, you can't say ill-advised because they're better players.
Yes. But high risk.
Yeah. But there's been risks attached to it. So she's rushed that ball right down to blue, and
that's fabulous.
Should be able to create something like this. So have you finished for the day?
Yeah, so I'm playing in the plate, and I had 3 games yesterday and 1 this morning, so I'm the last bye.
Oh, righto, yeah.
So I'm waiting for the results in my group, and something would have to go severely wrong in my group for me to qualify for the knockout part of
Yeah.
the plate, so I'm feeling quite relaxed and able to enjoy
The rest
some
of the time.
superior play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what players did you have in your group?
I really enjoyed playing against Alison Sharp, who was the top seed
Yeah.
in our group, because her precision and her, I really admire her swing. It's very natural, and her ability to rush the balls just the right distance makes such a big difference. I've noticed in my game an awful lot of cutting required to make up for errors. But
Yeah, all these girls seem to get the pace of the lawn really well, and the angles they pick when they do have to cut are very accurate.
I agree. Yes.
So Miranda has just rokied the blue across to the line, and I'm assuming we'll take a fine down behind yellow to hit it up to black, load 5, and give herself access to hoop 4, having just made 3.
It's not an easy job to do, but
Sorry?
it's not an easy task, but it's doable.
Yeah. Well, no, it's...
That's a nice line.
Yeah, she really just had to concentrate on the getting the rush on yellow.
Yes.
And yes, thankfully I got something right as predicted. She's
And that's handy, always sitting behind the ball
yeah.
that you're going to.
And if she can keep control of this break, then she could win this game, because she's on rover with the yellow ball. So it just requires a single peel.
She doesn't need to give Debbie any more turns.
And do you not play out of Christchurch or Dunedin? Is it you're down Dunedin
I
way?
live in Methven, and my local...
Bear in mind, I'm a North Islander, and some of these place names, while I recognise the names, I have no idea where they are.
That's an hour south of Christchurch.
Yeah.
And there's a little club there. They struggle for members.
Yeah.
And as a consequence, like many croquet clubs in New Zealand, it's hard to maintain the costs in the lawns with such small membership. But I like practicing there after school. And
Where up are we? Do you... a lot of clubs in the North Island anyway, golf croquet has saved us enormously.
Yes.
And
big golf croquet memberships in all the clubs in South Canterbury, which is my association. That's a lovely hoop and nice rush back. And the hoop after, nicely loaded.
oh, she won't be happy with that. And it's retrievable, but I think she was really trying to rush that ball down to pick up blue.
Felt like it was going to travel, didn't it?
Oh, it was going to go a long way. So she's got to revert to
again.
plan B,
Yep.
which is not insurmountable. She's just got to load hoop 6 and go to the yellow ball.
She's got a good enough pioneer to not be worried.
Oh, so, she's going to get that nicely. Some of their shots are just so accurate.
Yes. And then just one hoop at a time. Concentrate on this job, then think about...
No, I think she's got to think about where she's going next. I mean, otherwise you tend to
Yes.
lose the pioneer.
Something I've been working on is thinking about which side of the hoop I'm going to pop my reception ball
Yeah.
to help with the rush out. So
And
as a relative beginner, that's
you'll notice
that's
that these
improving my game is making that choice.
these girls often put their pioneer ball quite deep past the hoop, so that when they make the hoop, and with these hoops, you've got to push the balls, you've got to force them through a bit.
Yes.
they have got something afterwards.
Yes.
So she's going to go to hoop 2 to pick up the blue ball now. And again, she's going to go past that nicely, so she's got a rush.
Lovely, yeah. And she needs that, having left yellow behind. Plus, she'll be settling in to her rhythm and the pace of the lawn and the feel.
Yeah.
Just
So that's a wonderful cut, because she can now comfortably load one back and stop shot it to keep a rush on the black ball. And she may not perceive that leaving the yellow behind, because she's got to peel Rover. She's got to peel that yellow ball through Rover. So
rather than leaving behind, that was placed deliberately.
Well, I don't know that, but you'd like to think that that's
Probably,
what she's got in mind.
That's a level above what I can play.
I'm making very intelligent comments. So it looks to me like she's setting the black ball so that she's going to rush it back up to this end of the lawn and pick up the yellow from there.
And that's beautifully done.
Yeah.
That's something that I admire at this level, that they can run the hoops how they want.
Yes.
Short or long.
Yeah, well, we've seen a few mishaps when they've been a bit further back from the lawn. It's hasn't all been plain sailing.
Where does she want red to go in
She
this
wants
shot?
to get in behind.
Yeah. Keep that black not too far.
It's not.
Yeah.
So black's gone a bit further than she would like. I think she was probably aiming at the hoop, but the pull of the balls.
Yes. Using the leg to stop it a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah.
And what's Edmund up to these days? He's at university?
He's finished university.
Oh, good Lord, is that right?
Yes. He graduated with a degree in management and human management.
Yeah.
And he currently works for the University of Canterbury in their scholarships office.
Good Lord. That time's gone that quickly.
Yeah, so he's, in his words, he's adulting now.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that reminds me, I've got to give him his car registration bill.
Yeah. Don't you pay that for him anymore?
No.
So Miranda's now approaching with a fine out. She has.
Oh, come on. Holy roll.
So a slightly angly one back, but comfortably through.
I hope that's just our view of it that made it look difficult, rather than because she made it look easy.
It's a very interesting game going on behind you. It's a pegged out game.
Oh no, she's just missed that ball.
Gabrielle's pegged Heather out.
Oh, interesting. I really enjoyed my match.
Oh my God.
Did she just miss?
She just missed the return Roki, and it was short. Yeah, she did.
Too relaxed. Oh, Miranda, I know exactly how that feels.
And made a lift hoop.
Oh, even worse. Even worse.
And
Okay, gutting.
that's
That's
a terminal illness.
Yeah, that's you don't usually get a reprieve from a mistake like that, especially with the game is this far advanced. The clips are a long way forward. There's not many hoops left to make.
I'm trying to work out where's black for, Nelson.
Black is for the Rover.
Ah, right, and blue
Blue's for fullback.
fullback, yeah.
Thanks very much for the talk, Peter.
That's all right. Good to meet you.
Carolyn, thank you very much. It was nice to have a different voice.
And a bit of an in the pie. Just go out and just go over the bridge and follow the track. What? It probably could have been stronger. If we'd got a small one, then it might have been better.
Anyway, back to the this game in hand. That was a really unfortunate miss by Miranda. Very uncharacteristic, really.
Yeah.
Just perhaps, she just the shot was just too easy.
Well, it was a very simple shot, but she missed it. A good 6 inches, really.
Yeah. She just must have mishit it or something, but which is unusual for her as well.
Well, she's got such a clean swing.
It hasn't got any warmer here, though. The wind is absolutely perishing.
And we're going to have to take the tournament manager's predictions of the weather with a grain of salt in future.
Yes, he told us it was going to be a lovely day, but
an hour and a half of poorer conditions, and then the sun was going to come out. The sun came out, it's fair to say, but...
Anyway, there was an interesting game going on behind, a pegged-out game between Heather and Gabrielle. Gabrielle has pegged Heather out, and she's now on a... Heather got in but broke down, and Gabrielle is on a 3-ball break.
Debbie's just gone a bit short with that takeoff, and while she's got a reasonably simple takeoff to get in front of the hoop, I suspect she was hoping to be able to rush it in. As both of us have said, takeoffs are a less than ideal way to approach a
they're
hoop.
Fraught with danger. Gabrielle has just won her second game, so we now have 2 semi-finalists.
Ooh. And Debbie seemed to move quite a bit with
she
that.
She twisted her mallet as well. She played. If we see a replay on that, you'll see a twist of her mallet as well. Just look at the replay here. Real twist of the mallet too.
That's a reprieve for Miranda. Regrettably, the wrong ball from her perspective.
I think she'll just make this hoop.
Make this hoop, I'd say,
and
yes.
then she can do a nice leave, and she's got 5 hoops to make.
Exactly.
This game has been very interactive, hasn't it?
Well, it's changed hands on a number of occasions.
That's interactive.
Yes. Yeah, but interactive is probably a city term for it's changed hands. It's far too big a word.
So Miranda's now on the peg with her yellow ball, and her other ball is for 2 back. So she can now make a very good leave for the red. And as you can see, Debbie is rover and 4 back. She's just working out her leave.
We'd have to say now that the game is evenly poised.
I think it's swung slightly in Miranda's favour. Well,
given the history, I think evenly poised is
yes, probably yes, yeah.
There's one thing about croquet that hasn't gone the way of a lot of other sports, where it's created a load of statistics to describe players' performances.
Yeah.
We don't know how many aces or how many missed rokies or how many hoops failed
in in this game or in this match. It might be interesting to know.
Well, no one's actually, as far as I'm aware, no one's devised a set of statistics that would prove informative, if you like.
I know Jenny Clark did a paper with Golf Croquet on percentages of how games were won, or how hoops were won, whether it was, basically in positioning or clearing or jumping or whatever, So I know she she did a paper on that because she's was a professor at Christchurch University, or Canterbury University, I probably should say.
Wow. So I'm presuming that blue and black are wired via the peg.
I would hope so.
But bearing in mind that Miranda has to give each ball a ball to hit at.
Yeah.
And where black is in an awkward situation in that you'd have to take specific action to give it a shot.
If she comes down to corner one, no problem at all for black.
But if you were hoping against hope, she wouldn't have it. She wouldn't have to give her a shot, but she does.
So it'd be interesting to see the blue and the black. I presume they are wired. Yes, because she's certainly not trying to wire now. What will she do? Give a single ball, or will she go up there? Yes, it's probably the way to go, isn't it? That gives a single ball on the blue.
Well, that would mean a single ball on both blue and black. She could,
yes, exactly.
She could go infield.
Yep, could go infield more.
A bit and put a bit of spread on the balls. The thing is, I'd say that's fairly dangerous, isn't it?
No, it is.
This blue's got a
Blue's
target.
got a bit of a target too. Yes, I think I would have put them a little bit further apart somehow.
Well, she could have put it about another 4 or 5 feet infield and given no target on either ball, no double target.
So this is a very, very, very important shot in this game for both players.
This is eminently hittable, this one. And it's coming in the right direction.
Is it going to go through the middle? No,
No.
right into red.
Right.
Great shot. Yes, the pity. Very well hit.
Yeah, but probably shouldn't have been given the temptation. So she's going to rush yellow down towards the A balk, centre of the A balk, so that she can push it up to penultimate and get a rush on black down to 4 back. And in fact, she's hit it a bit further than that.
It's okay though. She's got himself. She didn't want to be behind the hoop there.
No.
She wanted to be clear of the hoop.
Yeah. I would have preferred to hit it this side of Rover. So she's put yellow up to the peg, and she's got a rush, a cut rush of sorts to 4 back. And she's cut it down towards 4 back, but she's 7 yards out, perhaps a bit more. And she's left herself a good 4 or 5 footer right in front of the hoop. And she looks as though she's going to run away from that. And given her last shot at that distance, I can understand that. No, she's going to have a shot at this. And she's through very simply, as it turns out. Well, I think so.
So she's run full back.
I'm just looking at where the ball's ended up and wondering how it got to there.
Oh, she didn't?
No, she went out to the side of the hoop. She clipped the left leg of the hoop.
Mm.
She has left herself a rush back to the hoop, but a very strange result. So Miranda's faced with a shot, possibly with red at yellow.
Hard choice, this shot, isn't it?
It's difficult to see from where we are whether you could rush yellow back to Penalt, given that the peg could be in the way.
No, I think it's just slightly this side.
It's the side of it, is it?
But putting two balls together down here is still giving
too much anyway.
Debbie quite a lot too, isn't it? So, and there's a lot to gain if she does hit with red.
And in terms of these girls, it's not a long shot. And don't tell me she's going to hit blue. Oh no. I thought for a minute she was going to get
that is really an unfortunate result from there. You know, to end up hitting the peg and end up ending up by blue. That's really... Yes,
I don't think Miranda's had the run of the green.
No, she hasn't.
Particularly today.
No. I mean, both of them have probably had more errors in this second game than they had at all yesterday. But then the conditions today, I think it's more difficult lawn, and also it's cold,
and it's a more difficult opponent as well.
And a more difficult opponents, absolutely, and it's more to play for. You know, they're playing for a semi-final in a World Championships.
So Debbie's brushed that very close to 4 back, and she's in a position where she can put her black ball up to Rover for a potential peel finish.
Yeah, well, but she's also got another alternative too. Remember, she could peg 2 balls off, having
that's true
Rover
as well.
play 2 back.
Yeah.
And you're more guaranteed of actually achieving that, aren't you?
Looks like we've been brought some goodies here, Nelson. Well, one of those, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. No, I'm right, thanks. So she's...
We just had a little bit of afternoon tea given to us.
So she's certainly putting black.
She
up
certainly
to
is.
Rover. Hasn't quite got as
Nope.
hasn't quite got as far with blue as she would like, but and Rover's still a good 3 meters away from black's still a good 3 meters away from Rover.
But she's still got that other alternative that we mentioned before of
Well,
actually
yes.
pegging 2 balls out. And
And she is leaving yellow in the middle there.
yep.
So every now and then, Nelson, I wonder about the mechanics of how hard you hit the ball and how do you know how hard you're hitting the ball. And
It's all muscle
she's-
memory, isn't it,
yeah,
really?
it is, because she's just got that really, really nicely.
I mean, when players are sort of junior players, they often say, "Oh, how do you know how hard to hit the ball?" It's all muscle memory, and the only way of achieving this is to go out and practice and learn how far a ball will go when you hit it a certain way.
Yeah.
And that muscle memory is it's a hard thing to describe, isn't it?
It's a line to another thing. You get out of bed in the middle of the night, as you sometimes have to, and then you get back
At
in
our age.
bed and somehow your head lands on the pillow, and yet it's pitch black. So she's
nicely in front of
nicely in front, slightly angly.
Yep, but pretty nice position at Penult.
And she's missed that.
Wow. Well, it's not what we expected. But as we've said before, these hoops are not easy. Only 0.8 millimeters bigger than the
And
largest ball.
The opportunity is with red.
Yep.
And she's got a ball that she can work with to get down to 2 back.
Yep. So she's playing red onto blue. And she's hit the blue. And she's now certainly got a good opportunity of finishing on this term, hasn't she?
Well, I don't know that we should say that anymore.
Well, I think that saying she has a good opportunity is not necessarily saying she will. But
I know, but so it looks like she's rolling this
putting
ball
blue-
down to
put it
3 back and
absolutely
coming to
going
black.
to black, and then she can come across to yellow.
And she's
Yep, and she's done that.
both extremely well. Well,
So
I
now
guess
she can just take off to yellow. So we might be going to be here a bit longer, Peter. So they have been now playing probably in total. So we've got 3 hours, 6. They've probably been playing a total of about 6 hours now, coming up towards 6 hours. So for these 2 games they would have had 7, so they're coming up to 6. So they, if this game finishes the next 10 minutes, they would have 4 hours for the
3
last
o'clock.
game.
Yeah.
Remember they had a lunch break, and
Yeah.
they didn't start right at 8:30. It was about
No.
20 to 9, I think.
They had a shorter lunch break than we did.
They did. They weren't as cold. So Miranda is approaching two back.
Two back with her red ball. And she's, say, nicely in position, but it's a fraught subject. Oh. And it's still fraught.
And she seemed to hit that. I mean, I know she hit it firmly, wanted to go through, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong with that action at all. I mean,
it was hit pretty cleanly.
Yes, and it just.
It elected not to go through.
Wow, this game is really.
It's topsy-turvy.
Topsy-turvy.
Or Humpty-Doo. So I would imagine that if she were to connect here, the yellow ball will go for a little walk. Yep. Connected.
Yes, I mean, I would rather be playing two back against Rover than Penalt against two back. That's a little less. The chaser always has a slight advantage, I think, in a one-ball game.
Yes, but it depends how many.
There'd only be a three-hoop advantage there, so five would be playing two.
But would you necessarily peg both balls out?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I would. You leave two balls on the lawn with Miranda's hitting.
Yeah.
How many times have you pegged someone out, Peter, and lost?
Oh, from time to time. But how many times have I won?
Yeah, somehow to me it always feels that somehow.
Well, I know. In general terms, you pride yourself on your single ball games.
Yeah, but it's amazing how when someone gets pegged out, they become very single-minded and seem to be able to up their hitting ratio and.
Well, they don't have to make decisions anymore, do they?
No, that's right. So a little takeoff to Rover here.
Would you be tempted after this to go and, if you were going to take the action you're suggesting, is to go and put blue
up near your hoop? Yeah.
So she really wants to put red on the other side of this. It's more of a split than yeah.
You want to guarantee making the hoop. That's the important bit.
Well, yes,
but she did that very well anyway. She's managed to put it the side she wanted it. No.
So I think we are looking at a peg out of some form, whether it's one or two balls.
So she's going to now take off to blue. to bring Brew over towards yellow, and I imagine send Blue up past Penult and get a rush on yellow to take that to the peg.
Yeah, she may. I mean, she could attempt to rush Blue up to Penult and then position it with a takeoff.
No, I think
you're right.
I think you're much better.
Not necessarily as accurate.
No, and also you're guaranteed of getting your rush on the yellow. Is what if you want to do the peg out.
Difficult to see what she's contemplating here.
She seems to be looking to take red down towards its hoop, which seems odd.
No, she's rejigging it and going direct to Blue.
Yep. Takes off to Blue. And it's good, excellent position there. Well, a pretty good position there. Slightly short, but she can still cut that over. She's still on a good line.
Yeah,
she'll
get a good line out of this.
She'll get her rush on yellow, and that's an excellent cut. She's now got a good line.
Right now, Debbie's just checking to see whether red and yellow are wired, because if she were to peg yellow out, or both balls out, then that would create problems for her if they were wired. So she's rushing this into the peg now. And there's little doubt that yellow will play no further part in this game. And black's going as well.
So my
your prediction's
my
correct.
prediction came true. I was predicting both balls to be pegged out, and that's what Debbie has done. Obviously, we think along the same lines. You were inclined to keep 2 on, weren't you, Peter?
Well, no, I was just wondering whether that was one of the possibilities.
And she put Blue up nicely,
yes.
Beyond. So she did basically, and it didn't really matter where she left.
Well, it did the only issue was whether they were wired or not.
Yes,
and she went over and checked that.
Yes. Well, it just seemed the best line of play.
I can't do anything with 4 balls, so I may as well have a go with 2.
That was right from the horse's mouth.
Ooh.
Well, you know what I mean.
Well,
I'm using in the
horse is a fairly unnecessary term. I'd have thought.
Well, you know the expression. Miranda's shot at the blue and has missed.
It's an interesting situation.
It is,
here,
yes.
Because she's not a long way away from the blue ball, and if the blue ball either just goes in front of the hoop, or
that is the problem, though, to go just in front and track. But I suppose she's going to have a go at the hoop. But
looks like it.
But it's probably a good 2 yards, 3 yards
three
back.
yards back.
3 yards back.
And angly.
Ooh. I don't think it's even sitting in front, is it?
No, it hit the right leg and bounced out.
So
in
Miranda
relative terms, Miranda has a shortish shot.
And she
she's
misses.
missed it.
Wow. Miranda wasn't happy with that.
Now the
So that's really given Debbie can now get into a wide position and in a hoop running position at penult.
Might you have gone out to the side and taken the shot next? So if Debbie went into position and then shot across, because you could have been then bringing it.
But again, with Miranda's percentage of hitting, you would expect her to hit that.
Did she get that right in front? Yes, I think it's pretty.
No, it's off to the side. It's short.
We just seen a replay. She missed that by nothing. Did you see the?
Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, it was so close. That's why, obviously, the reaction you got from Miranda was that she couldn't believe she'd missed. So what does she do now?
Well, I think Miranda goes out to the sideline.
Yep.
In the middle of the lawn.
She can't really go in front of two back, because if she runs right through, if she catches a good left-hand wire, she could be down near the two back ball, couldn't she? So she's going, as you say, Peter, she's going out to the side, so that would, in a way, to try and stop Debbie positioning a ball in front of Rover.
Debbie didn't get good position there.
I think she can run the hoop though. Yep, she's through. Here, and this is the danger of placing her ball in front of Rover. If Miranda makes good contact with the blue,
that's right.
it gives her a rush.
She middles it. She's got a rush to a hoop effectively.
So she could really come over towards the two-back ball to stop Miranda actually going for her, or even going for the hoop. So she comes down here, on the boundary.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, then
to stop the.
No, she's running.
She's running that way.
Right away.
Not anyway, it's in three-ball games are always. Everyone has about 10 different opinions about what you should do in a three-ball game.
Well, in this case, Nelson, I agree with you. I think that really all that's happened here is that.
Sorry, did I say three? Oh, sorry, I meant to say, sorry, two-ball game. You did right. Well, even in three-ball games, it's always about 10 different choices.
So Miranda's potentially got the opportunity to put her ball in front of two back, and I think that
absolutely.
Debbie then doesn't really have a shot.
No,
at all, because she can't really afford to go for the ball at two back. And she can't go in front of her own hoop.
No.
So she's kind of a bit of an hiatus here.
Yep. And even if Miranda doesn't get position at two back, Debbie can't really shoot. No. It's now let's see what Miranda's golf croquet skills are like.
She's looking pretty sharp.
Yeah. Pretty good. Yep, we'll accept
I don't know.
that.
I mean, it's like a penalty shot in golf croquet, isn't it? These days, I don't even regard it as a penalty. It's just a matter of how hard you hit it. So, where to now?
Yes, she's not really being threatening by staying up in corner two, is she?
No, she's almost got to wait for Miranda to get round to fall back.
I mean, she could have gone down into corner into corner four and stopped Miranda going across there. Yep. Miranda didn't have to take on that hoop. There was no need,
No.
No, she wants to guarantee getting that hoop.
Miranda's got a wry little smile on her face.
No, I
I'm finding this quite fascinating actually, because I don't often get.
No, it's really good for those watching to see a two-ball game like this, because you're seeing really very different tactics come into play. And as I said earlier, the way various players see how a two or a three-ball game is played, everybody has so many different opinions.
Oh, for God's sake.
So you may have noticed there that Debbie went deem. I mean, basically she said, I've played my shot. I don't actually want to do anything else. So Miranda was able to carry on. So she'll now place her ball in front of three back. And I wouldn't be surprised if Debbie just deems again. Ooh, now she hasn't got position. That does make a slight difference. She might come further down the line, I think.
She might just come down the line, though. I don't know that overall the situation will change.
No, but I think she's going to come a bit closer down this way so that she can get a better...
she'll come down to the balk line. Or go for a hoop.
Didn't think so. She was looking for a wide position, I think, there from red. Yes, can we see if it's wide? It doesn't look like it is. Good shot. Yep, Miranda
so Miranda's hit the blue.
Yep.
And now can probably organise herself a good position in front of three back.
Well, she might even be able to run three back.
Well, that too, but...
Because if she can send blue over towards four back and get position at the same time, she's got a chance of a two-ball break.
Well, she's only really got to push it into the middle of the field.
That's right. That's what she's looking at. And even if she doesn't achieve it, blue's going to be miles from her.
There are some risks attached to going for the hoop. If blue and red end up in a wide position, because she's got to give
blue a ball. She's used blue, so therefore blue must have a full open ball on red. Otherwise, Debbie would get a lift to a balk or b-balk.
And I'm assuming that does give her a shot. It's still on the far side of three back.
Doesn't look the easiest hoop to run, mind you, does it?
Well, I don't know.
Can't really see the angle here very easily. Debbie's looking at a...
I think Debbie's effectively saying that Miranda won't run that hoop, so she's going to go for hoop position.
She's looking for a wide position, I think, too.
I'm not sure.
I think so. Yeah, wide on the three-back hoop.
It's a fairly difficult shot. I think she's probably just going for hoop position. So both women are presented with difficult shots.
She's going into hoop running position. Now, will Debbie take on the hoop, or will she take on the red ball?
It looks like she's taking the hoop on.
Bounced out.
Into the right leg and bounced out.
She hit that quite gently.
Yeah, she certainly didn't smash it.
No. Miranda's now run beautifully up towards...
She's got right down
but she
level with the hoop.
Probably get good
and
position.
Probably get position for...
At four back. She will be able to then run four back. Debbie will go into position, run rover, and then we have a bit of a hiatus.
A tussle up the middle.
This is where the chaser has the slight advantage. But of course Debbie will go out to the side when she's run after she has run this hoop, and therefore she will then have a straight shot across the peg.
I think the most memorable game of this nature I ever had was against Bob Jackson a really, really long time ago, and he was the follower. And
she failed that.
She missed it by a mile. And he beat me. He controlled the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, she wants to guarantee that she ran right hoop. It was not worth taking on the hoop and failing it. This is the way she has control. So Miranda goes back in front of 4-back. Debbie will run rover and run out to the side. She won't attempt going for the peg at this stage.
She'll just sneak up to the side of the peg and hope to wire it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so personally, but let's see.
Oh, I think that's what she'll do, because
she might do, because that puts pressure on Amanda to actually make the hoop.
Well, A, make the hoop, and B,
has to hit.
Has to hit as well.
Yep, no, you could be right.
She would have liked a bit more length on it. Yes.
So he's looking for a wired position.
Well, the thing is, it's not a wide position on the current situation.
No.
It's what happens after Miranda makes the hoop, really.
But then she's also, perhaps she feels that the hoop running position isn't brilliant there. I don't know.
Well, given the last hoop running effort,
it doesn't look too far to the side, does it? Well, must be too far.
No, she's not in good.
She's not in a hoop running position, obviously.
But hell, those two look fairly wide. Yes.
She hits it. Great shot.
Good Lord.
She's still got a lot to do, though.
Oh, yeah.
Debbie's certainly sitting in the prime position. She is only got to hit the peg now. I say only, but it's... they're certainly giving the spectators an interesting game.
So it looks like blue's going to be put into corner 2 and red will go over to 4-back.
Yep. So she is now... I imagine she will just position herself in front of 4-back. And
you'd see blue over on the sideline.
I think Debbie will come to the sideline here.
You're not giving advice here, Nelson.
No, I don't think we are. I don't think she can hear me from here. Oh,
she had a go at the hoop.
I didn't think she would take that on. Not sure that was the right tactic from Miranda.
She's been good. Well, I agree with you. I think she'd have been better off, given her hoop running record so far this game.
Yeah. I mean, that was quite not an easy hoop at all.
No, well, and of course, it was very long.
She's she's going for the. Now, is she going to just go for the peg, or is she just going to go to be close to the peg?
I'd say close. No, she's close.
Yes, just close to the peg and going for it, of course. And she might hit, and she hasn't.
No, so
now can Miranda pull it off again and hit to the blue?
We've got a good line here.
No, she has missed. So the match is
went in and out.
I think this match is over. And right. So congratulations to
Hold on, she hasn't hit it yet.
congratulations to Debbie Lyons,
Yep.
who becomes the third semi-finalist. So the reigning world champion goes out, and she certainly won't retain her title. Okay, we're going to have a few words with Gabrielle Higgins. She has won her match, and so she's going to give us some. No, just we're going to give a little interview,
right.
little wise words. So,
Here.
there's a mic
No,
just
there's
there.
a mic just down there.
John here. Gabrielle, if you'd like to take the mic. Perhaps we could ask our cameraman if he could put the camera onto Gabrielle. Firstly, congratulations, Gabrielle, on being a semi-finalist in the Women's Worlds. I know you've been a finalist before, so you know what the pressure's like.
Thank you very much. My goal coming here was to get a medal, which is now achieved. The dream is to win it, but I've got the goal.
Yeah.
How did your match go?
First game had a really nice, comfortable break to fall back. Bit of interest on the second break, but nothing too challenging. Second game started beautifully. Had a beautiful pickup from three balls in corner 2, turn 4. Unfortunately, almost put my hoop 3 Pioneer off the lawn after hoop 1, and that led to me failing 3. And things weren't looking very good when Heather was round to penult before I had made another meaningful contribution to the game.
Is that right?
But eventually she went to peg, I pegged her out, and then it was just a question of being patient.
Yes, you were at fallback at that stage, weren't you, when you went and pegged her out, is that right?
No, I pegged her out with my fallback ball, so
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We were fallback when you started that turn.
Yeah, so it was hoop 2 plays hoop 3. I was on hoop 2, she was on 3.
Yeah.
Seemed to end quite quickly after that, though.
Heather very kindly failed hoop 4 when I was joined up by hoop 3 for hoop 3. And that gave me quite an easy 3-ball finish.
Yeah. I don't know what more I can ask. Interviewing.
What have you thought of the tournament so far?
The hoops are fantastic. It's very rare I have played with such challenging hoops. And I think the results are showing that, if I can say this in an all-women tournament, it's separating the men from the boys.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, these hoops have been testing, and today we've seen so many rejections, you know, from quite close, you know, by Miranda, by Debbie, when you... normally you'd think, oh, they have no trouble with this hoop, and all of a sudden you get a rejection or a stick or a, you know, just
or they just
spin
go through,
out, you know, or just go through.
You really have to get close and straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're running it for more than a foot straight, I'm feeling uncomfortable about that. And Alison's just won that semi-final, so we have all 4 semi-finalists.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, it was obviously going to be Alison winning. Alison Sharp.
Yeah.
Alison Robertson.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
We knew there was going to be an Alison winning that match, but it's Alison Sharp from Australia. So we now have 2 English, 1 New Zealander, and 1 Australian in the semi-finals. You may remember from the 2015, Jenny, yourself, and Alison were the 3 other semi-finalists, and Miranda?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, right, yes.
Miranda played Alison, and I played Jenny in the last semi-finals.
Yeah, and Debbie, this is Debbie's first Women's Worlds, isn't it?
It is, yes. She didn't play in 2015.
Yeah, so we've got one new semi-finalist, and I'm sure you're hoping there'll be 1 new winner.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, congratulations again.
Yeah.
Thanks for talking to us, and good luck in your semi-final.
Thank you.
So we drawing to a close here, are we?
We might have a word with Debbie. See if we can get a word with Debbie. Or even Alison. Okay, we've come to the end of today's streaming, and just to give you an update on tomorrow's matches, the first match is Jenny Clark from New Zealand versus Debbie Lyons from England, and our second semi-final will be Alison Sharp from Australia against Gabrielle Higgins from England. So